Welcome to a meeting of your Flagler County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Commissioner Andy Dance. Representing District 2, Commissioner Greg Hansen. Representing District 3, Commissioner Kim Carney. Representing District 4, Commissioner Leanne Pennington. Representing District 5, Commissioner Pam Richardson. The interim county administrator is Adam Mingle. The county attorney is Michael Rodriguez. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. So that we have time for everyone, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you by Flagler County BOCC's Public Affairs Department. Our live broadcast will be starting soon.
Mosquito?
All right, we're going to call this meeting to order. This is the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Today is July 13th, 2026. I was a half a minute early. It's not quite 5 o'clock. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. All right. I was just so excited I got quiet. So we're going to go ahead and stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right now, we'd like to take a moment of silence to pray for the men and women who serve us here and abroad. We have some additions and deletions and modifications to our agenda. Item 9G, the continuance is requested by the applicant to time and date certain of August 17th, 2026 at our 5:30 or as soon as the hearing may be held. That is the request for special use for a telecommunication tower at Airport Road. So that will be on August 17th now at 5:30. Item 9H, same continuance has been requested to August 17th, 2026 at 5:30. That is for the request to amend the PUD site development plan and Hunter's Ridge Storage in the PUD on Airport Road. Update item 7B will be deferred to the August BOCC meeting. Update attachment for item 9F was updated with line numbers. Our disbursement reports for the weeks ending June 12th and 26, 2026 were added to section 6A. Item 8B will be continued to the special meeting on 7/20/26. I don't even think that meeting will occur now that we've set the MSBU at 0. Will not occur. And then finally, item description for 9E has been updated grammatically. We're going to move to our recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. Our first proclamation is a pretrial probation and parole supervision week, July 19th, 2026, requested by David Hunt, who is our court communications officer. Is he here today? Or? Oh, he's in the back. Come on up. Oh. This will be read by Commissioner Carney.
Come on up.
Want to go ahead?
We've got some judges here.
We have judges. Come on up, sir. No, you're way important.
Come on up.
All right.
Photo. Here comes the judge. Okay.
We have a proclamation that'll be read now by Ms. Carney.
A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing the week of July 19th through the 25th, 2026 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Flagler County. Whereas the Flagler County Pretrial Services Program was established in 2014 and is an essential part of the local justice system with trained professionals supervising arrestees in the community, and whereas pretrial services officers uphold the law by balancing the rights of the accused and the public's interest in safety, and whereas pretrial services officers monitor compliance with release conditions of individuals awaiting disposition of their cases, thereby helping control county jail costs, and whereas individuals under pretrial supervision in 2025 appeared for their court dates at a rate of 99%. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that the week of July 19th through the 25th, 2026 shall be known as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week in Flagler County, and urge all citizens to honor these dedicated professionals. Adopted this 13th day of July, 2026, Tom Bexley, Clerk and Circuit Court Comptroller, and Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Chair Leanne Pennington. Welcome. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we proclaim Flagler County the week of July 19th through the 25th as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Flagler County.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Welcome, ladies. Introduce yourselves.
Judge Melissa Dissler.
Angela Reed Brown.
Ms. Brown, thank you for coming. We appreciate everything that you do for us. Does anybody have any comments that you'd like to impart?
It's always fun having our judges with us. Welcome.
Welcome.
For good reasons.
Thank you for being
We would
here.
love to take a picture with you if that'd be okay
Thanks for
with
being
you.
here.
Thank you.
Yes, I know. 99% is amazing. And so this has kind of been my baby. We started this back in 2013 when I first started on the bench. I came in here and advocated for this program, and now it's come to be a full-fledged active program where we've got 99% of our people coming. We have, dedicated individuals like Angela and Erica who are supervising people on a daily basis. So we thank you for the recognition. We thank them for all their hard work, and they make the court system work better for us. So we appreciate all of you. Thank you.
We appreciate you for doing it. Thanks.
Have a big time, you know. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next proclamation is dedicating July 21st, 2026 as Jules Gwatowski Day. That was requested by Nicole Graves with our East Flagler County Mosquito District. Welcome, Mr. Matrano. Commissioner Matrano.
Perry Matrano, Commissioner for East Flagler Mosquito Control District, but I'd like to turn it over to Nicole.
You're going to read it.
Right.
Mr. Dance.
Yep, I've got the proclamation. It's my honor to read this proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing July 21st, 2026 as Jules Kwiatkowski Day in Flagler County. Whereas the late Jules Kwiatkowski has served the East Flagler Mosquito Control District and the residents of Flagler County with dedication, leadership, and a lasting commitment to public service. And whereas during his service as a commissioner of the East Flagler Mosquito Control District, Jules supported the district's mission to protect public health, improve the quality of life, and provide responsible mosquito abatement to the community. And whereas his leadership helped guide the district through years of growth, innovation, and continued service to the residents of Flagler County. And whereas Jules Kwiatkowski's contributions reflected the values of civic responsibility, stewardship, and commitment to the people and communities served by the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. And whereas on July 21st, 2026, the East Flagler Mosquito Control District will dedicate its building to the memory of Jules Kwiatkowski, honoring his service, legacy, and lasting impact on mosquito control and public health in Flagler County. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that July 21st, 2026 shall be known as Jules Kwiatkowski Day in Flagler County, and encourage all residents to join in honoring the life, service, and legacy of Jules Kwiatkowski and his dedication to the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. Adopted this 13th day of July 2026, attested by our clerk, Tom Bexley, and signed by our chair, Leanne Pennington.
Take a motion, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Welcome.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Graves.
much, Board. Nicole Graves, Outreach Specialist for the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. I know Jules' family is tuning in today from New Jersey, so I'm sure they greatly appreciate it. That proclamation obviously does not sum up Jules' commitment to service and volunteerism. I know he partook in the wildfires of 1998 as a volunteer fire police for the city of Palm Coast. And he served on numerous other committees in town. He was at one point the oldest sitting commissioner in the state of Florida, but he was out, someone beat him in 2024 by a couple of months. He will be the longest serving commissioner for the East Flagler Mosquito Control District, as our board is now term limited.
Oh, wow. Well, I certainly remember him every election cycle, even into his, 90s?
Yes, ma'am.
Sitting outside the polls to get votes to be the mosquito guy. So I think, he had a true, in his car every day on the side of the car, waving to people at the library.
He also ran 2 election cycles before getting elected for 17 years. So
He really
at first
wanted
you
the
don't
role.
succeed, try again.
Yeah, everybody knows Jules, and that's why he
I have
got
to say,
elected
he
every
had
single
such a
time.
love for his community. He was always invested in anything that everybody was doing. So we miss him.
You haven't
Truly
mentioned
miss
the
him.
turtle. We got a turtle named after him.
As you can see, Jules on the turtle trail.
That's great. We'd love to take a picture with you. Thanks.
May I say one thing? It's a hard act to follow. That's all I can say.
We'll see you at the, okay, dedication.
Okay, now we're going to have a presentation. This is about something that's been in the news recently, the Vertical Oyster Garden Initiative. Oysters for my neighborhood. I love it.
Nice.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you having me. I apologize, I didn't know I was doing a presentation. Vertical Oyster Gardens, Oysters for My Neighborhood is a grassroots organization that we created in Norman Beach about a year and a half ago. And we've done a significant amount of research to find that old oyster shells do a great job of attracting young oysters. And when the young oysters reside on oyster shells, they grow up to be big oysters. And a big oyster can actually clean 50 gallons of water a day. And I think virtually anybody that lives on our river has seen the deterioration of our water quality. And we're trying to take it one step back. And I've lived here over 20 years, and I've seen what's happened to the water quality in our river, and I'm kind of hoping that this is going to help us move forward. The real reason I was coming tonight is to thank you all for taking a hold of this project and allowing us to input 186 habitat on your fishing piers in Flagler County. I can't thank you enough. My organization can't thank you enough. I just want to take it one step further. Since we've had such tremendous cooperation from all of your staff, the Parks and Rec, operations, publications, it's just been mind-boggling for us. And it's allowed us, all the publicity we've gotten has been just fantastic. And after we did your fishing piers, we have put another 54 VOGs on various docks on the intercoastal. We've had 47 inquiries from Flagler County residents we want a VOG for our dock. And in fact, we've run out of all of our inventory of VOGs, and we've, excuse me, and we're going to do a VOG build August 1st at Betty Stefflick Park for Flagler County residents. That's my pitch. I thank you so much for everything that you've done for our organization, for our initiative.
That's outstanding. So what is the August 1st event? Can you tell us about that, what time it will be?
Sure. Oh, great. We're going to start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and my patriot here.
We have
This is what we build.
this is a VOG, I have show and tell. These are the empty shells, and I talk about,
You want to state your name in the microphone so they can hear you, or get close to the microphone? There we go.
well, there'll be flyers out for August 1st, so we know all event, the time, where to go, what to expect. It's a great thing. I've been here only 2 years, and I can't wait to do all these VOG events. Families from little Cub Scouts to 90-some-year-old. Jules would have been great. I wish I knew him. I like the guy already, whatever. But we have flyers, we have different QR codes, and this is what a VOG looks like. No permit needed. It hangs on the dock. And the little baby oysters, I'm not technical to say what it's called, a spat, I guess, but baby oysters attached to this. They filter water, more fish come their habitat, and it's a fantastic project.
All right, so on August 1st, 8 a.m. at Betty Stefflick Park, they can come and get more of these?
Well, we actually build them.
You build them together,
Yeah,
okay.
We have all the
Awesome.
oyster shells in buckets, and we have to punch holes in the oyster shells, thread a line through them, tie them on the top and the bottom. We turn them into like little kits, so
Yeah.
everything that you need to put one on your dock, we give them the hooks, we give them the directions, we give them all the information they need to do it.
How long till it becomes a habitat, basically? Are they attracted to it? And
Well, a lot depends on timing of the year. This is the prime time for what they call spat, as Brian said. And it attaches, and it takes about 18 months to grow
oh, wow.
a mature oyster. The other thing that it does too is, I'm a fisherman, in case you can figure this
You
out.
can tell.
It attracts small crabs, shrimp, small fish into the habitat, which creates something for the predator fish to come after. So particularly,
It's a good way to get fish to your
yeah,
dock.
I might be a little selfish in that regard.
And obviously, you don't want to eat the oysters, or there goes the 30 to 50 gallon.
So, again, we thank you guys so much.
No, that's
Help us
outstanding.
do.
Thank you for bringing this to our community. I think this is maybe the coolest thing I've seen
Yeah.
in a while.
Have you, I'm the district representative for Flagler Beach, District 3, and I was putting your project on my town hall meeting that was supposed to be tomorrow night, but it's not. So could I have a flyer or something to present at my town hall meeting, or to get Flagler Beach involved? Because I think this is something those residents would really embrace.
We're getting ready to do a project at the landings. That's in
I don't
Flagler
know
Beach,
what that is.
I think.
The
Right off
landings.
John Anderson Highway.
Oh, okay, well, that is
That's
Flagler
you.
Beach, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's the way. Okay.
Oh, I know where you are. You're further up. You're at Seaside Landings.
Seaside Landings.
Yeah,
right.
I'm talking about all that stuff
Okay.
along each side.
We'd be happy to help
Just
you.
resident, that's a community. You're right, that's a development.
Contact, we'll send you all kinds of stuff, cool stuff, what it is.
Okay.
Explain it, presentation.
Great.
The flyers.
Do they work in the canals?
Depending on what the water flow in the canal is. We have to have water flow to bring the spat to the,
Yeah, probably not, because it goes this way, back and forth. You know it.
Well, like if we talk Palm Coast as an example, the C-section, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff in the C-section.
Okay.
And in the main canals, it works great.
You can do my house in the C-section. I have a good pier.
I remember you.
You're on the list.
Can we just get your names for the record? If you can just say your name, just
Sure.
so she'll have
Captain
it.
Chuck Gleichman.
I'm Gilligan. I'm Brian Hilgers.
Oh, Gilligan. I was like, wow, what, you
He's
have
the
the name for this.
That's
You have
funny.
a business?
Yep.
Outstanding. That's cool. We appreciate it. We really do. I think that's great. I think you better get a lot of these supplies because I have a feeling these are going to be very popular.
Well, that'd be great. The more the merrier we have. What's been amazing
Great.
is so many people, as soon as they hear about this project, they're all in. It's none of this wussy stuff going around. I mean, it's just like, how can I help? I mean, what can I do? The last workshop we had down in Ormond Beach, we had over 100 volunteers show up. And it was just absolutely amazing, so.
Well, in about 18 months, we'll all be fishing around all the docks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for what
Very
you're
good.
doing.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving to, would you like to get a picture with us with your, I'm
think
sure
so.
they'll do some press coverage for you
Yep,
too
I
on our
think so.
website. That'd be great.
Necklace?
Yeah, my new does. Come on. Where'd one?
One left.
Oh, he's got one. All right,
I got one left.
No, hold it in the picture.
okay. It's for your doc. You'd be surprised. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it to Flagler Beach. I'm gonna bring it to Flagler Beach and I'll promote August 1st. Betty Steflik is in Flagler Beach, yeah. So nice to see.
All right, we've come to the part where we're gonna do our first community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on this agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. If you approach the podium, just identify yourselves and direct comments to the chair.
Madam
Welcome,
Chair,
sir.
thank you. My name's Joe Golan. I'm also known as the Bike Man, Flagler County. I run a volunteer charity bike shop known as the Bike Man of Flagler County for the past 12 years. This is the third time we're appearing in front of the Flagler County Board of Commissioners. As you all know, we have been appealing to Flagler County for space so we can continue the work we have done for the last 12 years. I believe we have proved to be an asset to the community, providing rebuilt bicycles and bicycle repairs at no charge to those in need. In order to continue this, we need a new base of operation. We've talked in the past and have sent you an address for 1000 Belterre Boulevard, which we understand the building is semi-used, and we would love if we could share that building with social services. But we have not been able to open a dialogue to find out if that's possible and if the space will work for us. I have passed that location many times and see very little or no activity there. 1 or 2 cars in the parking lot, nobody's in the buildings. So I don't even understand what the buildings are being used for. How can we get on the agenda to hear positive responses from the commissioners? How can we get the commissioners to talk to us to secure a location? We have tried communicating with Adam Mengel without any positive success. We understand he's approached the school board. We've approached the school board prior to this, and also the Flagler Education Foundation, and found they have nothing available. We are running out of time. We need 2 to 3 months to prep the location to facilitate a smooth move and not disrupt operations. We want to continue to operate as we build a new shop. I have a very successful career in project management and understand logistics and planning to get this accomplished smoothly. We desperately need your help or we'll be forced to disband. It's as simple as that. We are currently planning an event with the Bunnell Police Department for a bike rodeo to be held at Bunnell Elementary Schools, and recently completed a bike repair session with Bunnell Elementary School over in Carver Village. We've also been requested by Flagler schools to participate in a proclamation for bike safety, and we've accepted that we will attend and present the proclamation. We trust that Flagler County Commissioners will find us a location to continue this very vital service to the community. Not only do we need help, but there is a need, but also for senior services. We don't provide bikes to just those in need and people that are unhoused. We provide services repairing walkers, rollators, wheelchairs at no charge. There's no other service in Flagler County that does this. I guess my time is up, so I won't continue. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Fry. I'm the owner of RJ White Glove Cleaning LLC and the CEO. I'm here to petition you guys, to give you guys a petition and in support of Bikemen of Flagler County. They're a nonprofit. We've all signed and we're going to keep signing, and I'll keep getting signatures over the time. The reason why they're so vital to our community is they bridge transportation gaps for adults trying to reach employment and to children during crisis or even not in crisis. They give for children to social services, police departments, for kids that would not have bikes otherwise at Christmas time and other holidays. Their whole thing is based on driven by volunteers. The program's entirely powered by the donated time and their sweat and skills and dedication from these local men and women trying to give these children and other adults that may need these bicycles, wheelchairs, et cetera. And they do that in a timely fashion, and they try to support everyone. The current inventory has definitely outgrown its facility. I've been there many times because I also donate bikes and things to the Bikemen of Flagler County, and they do need a larger space, and they are outgrowing their space. But to me, I feel that if they're not granted some kind of building and this goes away, our children lose. The children that are, their parents can't afford for them at Christmas time or other times. Or, if someone were to just suppose, be able to have a family and they don't have a car, and they go to the Bikemen of Flagler County and say, hey, I need a bike. I have a family to support and I have no way to get to work. No questions asked. They hand them a bike. And how many children's lives are changed by these bikes that are worked on and donated by the Bikemen of Flagler County, where they have that smile at Christmas time that they got that bike that they wanted. And without them and without that space, that'll be gone and that'll be diminished. And that's in my hope with this petition that I'd like to give to you guys, so you have, if you get them on the board. And I'm going to keep coming back as often as I can with more signatures, but this is just what little bit I could do at this time, but I'm going to continue to fight for their purpose because it's an amazing community support that they do, and without them, there'll be a lot of children and adults that otherwise couldn't do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want this?
You can give it right over to the clerk. That way it goes on record. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Audrey Ruthkowski, and I'm here also today to speak in support of the Bikemen of Flagler County. We are requesting assistance from Flagler County in obtaining a new location for their volunteer organization. They are being forced out of their current location by the end of this year. I am a volunteer at Flagler County Sheltering Tree. And without the bike men, we would not be able to distribute bikes to our homeless and low-income population. The bicycles really do make a difference in these people's lives. They can get to their doctor's appointments, a job, the grocery store, and we have many also people that are disabled and they come and get the trike. So I just ask the board to please consider assisting them to find a new place, because in addition to the Flagler County Sheltering Tree that provides services to homeless and low income, they also, I believe, maybe more than 40 organizations they help with the bikes. I can't be exactly correct on that, but I just want to say I hope you can help. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Next person, next speaker.
My name is Martin Collins. I'm on the board of the Sheltering Tree. Joe, thank you and your team for all you do for the needy people that we meet every Tuesday. Joe religiously turns up and helps repair bikes for people that are homeless, for people that are nearly homeless, for disabled people, for people that are elderly who have no way of getting to the grocery store. This is a vital service, and we're very proud to work with Joe on this. We urgently ask you to help him with this need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. If you plan on speaking, you could line up if you'd like.
Good evening. My name is Merity Gelati. I'm here tonight in strong opposition of tonight's postponed agenda items 9G and 9H, Project 202-603-0052 and Project 202-604-0057, proposals to build a 190-foot cell phone tower in the parking lot of an existing storage unit just beyond our cul-de-sac. On June 9th, Planning and Development Board unanimously voted to reject both of these projects, and I wanted to be on the record this evening to express my strong opposition to these projects and urge the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners to follow the recommendation by the Planning and Development Board and reject these projects at the meeting on August 17th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Perry Carell. I live at 106 Windsong Court in Ormond Beach, and I also want to talk about the tower a little bit. I spoke at the planning meeting last month, and at that planning meeting, I demonstrated how coverage doesn't require a tower in that location. And afterwards, the applicant's representative basically had a rebuttal that said the information I had was just marketing information, and Verizon's own internal documentation says there was a shortfall. First of all, I don't think Verizon would go along with that characteristics, but the exhibit I had is basically a combination of all the different cell towers in that, and you have full coverage. This is Verizon's own information. They have 5G ultra-wideband all around that area, so we don't need any more. And the last one is actually the FCC document that says 100% coverage. So the whole point is that area is covered. It doesn't need another tower. The second point I want to bring out is the applicant said they need more coverage and more capacity. Well, they don't need coverage because it doesn't have to be there. But the other thing is capacity. They get that totally wrong. If you're dealing in a telecommunication, if you're working with wireless communication anywhere, you've got two different things. You've got coverage, which is what the big cell towers do. And then you also have capacity, which are the smaller cells, the microcell type stuff. Those are the ones designed at the city level that can support high density, high performance, high speed type, high capacity type capabilities. That large tower doesn't address that at all. So it's very, very important to understand that there's two different technologies going on here. Putting up cell towers, and they're very important. They are, don't get me wrong. That's like putting up another interstate. Yeah, there's places you need them, but most places you don't. Most places you connect to those via state roads, county roads, whatever. So that's the whole point associated with that. So macro towers are the big towers. They reach out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 miles. They give you coverage. The micro towers or the small towers, those are the ones that cover regional areas. The nice thing about the small towers, they're not as obtrusive. Those can actually put on power poles, on street lamps. Even in local communities, they put them on decorative lamps where they can actually integrate not only cell communication, but Wi-Fi. So it's extremely useful in that environment. And the final point I want to make is if you read the 2010-2035 comprehensive plan, nowhere in there does it mention cells. Nowhere in there does it mention telecommunications. And I understand that because in 2010, it was Verizon's problem. It wasn't the county's problem as far as dealing with this. Well, the world has changed, and now telecommunications is a critical infrastructure item. So it's very, very important that we don't leave it up to individuals who want to get more lease out a tower, or tower companies that want to lease out resources. So it's very, very important that we actually have a better plan. So what I want to recommend to you is actually get a team together and basically have a work group and focus on what Flagler's going to do going forward to this. Bring telecom people together, bring the carriers together, bring power companies together, because they've already got structures, they've already got right-of-ways, and build a plan, and I'd happy to be involved with it, of where we're going in the future. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much, sir.
Raymond Royer, Painters Hill. I have 3 topics. Well, this morning I was able to go to my turtle nest, and today we had 3 saves, 5 returns, and over 100 hatched. So that was today. And then the other thing is the Charter of Freedom Foundation. He's got a large donation of plaques. I left a message, and my understanding is, I don't know if it was used, but somebody in the mix is given permission, and I hopefully put a stop to it. But the constitutionals were going to put the plaques in their offices. So I said there's no way, because these plaques were donated to be viewed as a public. And unless the county's buildings are going to be open 24/7, that's not access for the public. So I don't know if I'm wasting my time, because I came here to the last meeting and asked if I can champion this with Adam, and I understand I can't get no money, and I don't need no money. If you look at Volusia County, they done theirs, and they put theirs in the brown section downtown. And what a sight. It's beautiful. I don't think we're going to get that elaborate, but outside of that, they had over 150 organizations, and it was all public money, not a taxpayer dime. So that being said, if somebody can reach out to me, like Greg, Pennington, Kim, Andy, Pam, let me know where I stand, because I don't want to try to initiate this and stop and talk to people if I'm not really going to be trying to get this going. And I don't mind sharing with other people. I mean, me and Adam could set up an advisory board, and Adam and I have been communicating on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to come here and share a couple comments. My name is Bobby Caliendo. I'm a resident at 108 Winsong Court, and also would like to address the cell phone issue that a couple of my neighbors presented on a couple seconds ago. I'm here tonight to strongly support the unanimous decision made by the Flagler County Planning and Development Committee to reject projects 202, 603, 0052, and also project 202, 64, 0057. And basically those projects are recommending that they put a 190-foot cell phone tower within 300 feet of our properties. I've been actively involved in residential or commercial properties for about 20 years, buying and selling homes and managing properties. And I can say confidently that constructing such a large tower in close proximity to our home will significantly reduce our home values. So I'm just here encouraging the board to honor the request or the recommendation made by the Planning and Development Board and reject this proposal of a cell phone tower so close to our home. Thank you for the time and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Frank Wiener. I live at Lakeside in Matanzas Shores. I wanted to speak on behalf of the bikemen of Flagler County. I want to say that I appreciate living in a county where I don't have to ride my bicycle among motorized vehicles. I'm a senior, and I personally have benefited from the bikemen. They were the only organization or outfit that would repair my vintage Raleigh 10-speed, and I'm here on short notice. I'm not prepared to make a presentation. I'm here when I heard that they needed help. I really wanted to assist in reaching out to the county. It's very important to promote bicycling here and throughout the country, and I'm hoping that the county will come to the come to the aid of this very welcome and valuable organization in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Bob Cowing. I'm from Clay County. I work at a bike charity there. We're one of 2 charities in that county, and I partner with Duval County. I've worked with the Flagler County people. I also work with what's called the Bragg Dream Team out of Atlanta, Georgia, that supports all the AME churches in Georgia with bicycles. Our organization, we produce about 600 bikes a year. We primarily support a Christmas giveaway with the Salvation Army and the J.P. Hall Foundation in our county. We work out of a First Methodist or United Methodist Church in Orange Park. There's another bike charity that works out of a former fire station in Green Cove Springs that we work very, very closely with. We buy their parts, for example. But we support our Veterans Administration, the Quigley House for women, prison systems. So we do the same thing, and we network with a lot of different groups. Every county tends to have one. I worked, again, with, there's 2 groups in Duval County that we work close with. We trade and exchange parts. I always consider I'm doing this as penance for my childhood, but this is good work. We do have a lot of walk-in customers, and we do support seniors in our community with bikes. But I'm just saying that this is a good charity for the community. It helps get people who are transitional, trying to get them back into the workforce. It's part of your, we work closely with our court systems for people who can no longer drive because of a DUI. We get referrals from them. And like I said, we work with the prison systems. So just saying, keeping in mind, every county's got abandoned buildings, hidden away somewhere. I've worked with our, luckily our church has a large facility, which we also operate a food bank, but it's just something for your consideration. I know they put out a lot more bikes than my organization does, but it's we work 2 days a week. I think you guys work about 5, but every county has some kind of a program, and you've got to focus on it as a transitional for people who don't have or who've fallen on hard times, or like I get a lot of vintage parts and I exchange them around for some like an old Schwinn's or Raleigh's and stuff too. So anyhow, just for your consideration, even though I'm not from Flagler County.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Charlene Bates, and I'm also with the Sheltering Tree. I'm on the board over at the Sheltering Tree. We've been working with Joe and his team for the longest time. I mean, as long as I've been there and before that. We have at least 10% every single Tuesday of our people that come through that are looking for bikes or are looking for repairs. Joe comes twice a month, and he does at least 15 repairs each time. He provides support for those that if there's somebody there that needs a bike and it's not a good fit for them, we don't have one at hand that's not a good fit for him, he'll make sure he brings a bike for them next week. I mean, these are people that need to be able to get to work, like they had said. I mean, there's been so many people saying the same thing, but it's just such a great benefit to the people that come through the doors. At least 10 to 20% of the people that come in are looking for bikes. So we really appreciate the work that he does. And if it's anything that you can do to help him find a place that he can continue this work, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker. All right. Seeing nobody else approach, I'll close the first public comment down, bring it back to the board. Is there anything anyone would like to address that was brought up today? Yes, sir.
Ray, I owe you a phone call on that, and I didn't have an answer yet, but I've been talking to Adam about where those plaques could go. It's going to be a matter of funding, but we were kind of thinking in front of the courthouse would be a spot. But anyway, let's talk about it and see if you have ideas of where to put them. But no, we won't leave them inside the building. We'll put them out somewhere for the public to be able to see them. So,
anyone?
Yeah, I guess The bikemen, could we have an update on any type of progress? I'd like to hear from the attorney. I think what you're facing is we are a government. We are not a 501c3. We do not lease space. We do not have, I don't know where your brick wall is that you've hit, but I would like to hear it from Adam what the brick wall is.
A couple of things, and we had reached out to the school district. I wasn't aware they had done that already, but I thought it would be a great fit with the students and having service hours. I thought that made a lot of sense. This is the first mention I've heard of 1000 Belterre Boulevard. I didn't see it anywhere. I don't think it's been mentioned in the commission before. Maybe I missed it. Apologies if I did. That's got a specific deed restriction on the property that's been difficult for us to work through. And it says that the land and facilities to be constructed thereon shall only be used as a multipurpose senior citizen center, as that term is defined under Title 42, Chapter 35 U.S. Code. And so that's very specific. I looked at that section of U.S. Code, and that's the one that talks about senior programs. And so it's very fine out. We are trying to
They seem to think we have abandoned buildings. Can you address abandoned buildings?
We have buildings that are not utilized, and certainly the metal building at 1000 Belterre Boulevard right now falls into that. I think at least it's rarely utilized. It does have the coolers, I understand, for Meals on Wheels. So if depending on when you go by there, you're going to see nobody there, but it is still utilized. The coolers are, best I know. I may have to look to Joe.
Is there a garage in there?
It's got roll-up doors on it. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
So the problem is I've been in there before. It's all Meals on Wheels storage.
And then depending on what you end up doing with the Siegel Center, that may end up changing what happens there with both buildings.
I don't think that's what they're looking. I think they need something more like a garage or a abandoned fire department or something that's got.
And the issue with our fire departments is, I think, they're not abandoned yet,
right?
Because we're still in the process of building and.
Which one, here in Bunnell, or? It's intended to be used for their logistics, I believe, is the soon use. Yes, ma'am. Now, we do have facilities, and I'll let the fire chief maybe come up about that. St. John's Park, there's a fire station that I think once
way too far out.
That's what I was thinking. Again, I don't think any of these fit, so that.
I think that is the biggest problem, is where we may have something available at some point, it's too far. It's the middle of nowhere. That's a hard problem with where it is. DuPont, right? DuPont, Espanola, far out.
We have one down south of the roundabout, the fire station that's there, but I think we're still intending to use that for a purpose there in Corona.
And the old facility on Old Kings, the old house on Old Kings, is not suitable for any inhabitant.
It's a tear down. Yes, ma'am.
Where are the residents that are looking for this? Where are they located? Are they located in the city of Palm Coast, or are they located in the county?
Oh, I know.
Just a yes.
Primarily in the Bunnell area.
In Bunnell?
Which is why we actually did look at the firehouse.
If he can come to the microphone, I'm sorry. We do have to catch everything on the record.
I apologize, folks. I'm sorry.
We actually did visit Station 51 out in Espanola and understand that's going to be abandoned in October. While the facility is, I'm going to say, almost perfect, the problem is it's too far because we get a lot of walking clientele, and that's 3 miles off US 1 on an unprotected road. I just can't see people walking a bike up with a flat tire or a broken chain for 3 miles to get it repaired. That would be a disservice. Even though, we thought the building was suitable and perfect size.
I'll also state the obvious to the board and maybe to the public that wasn't here a few minutes ago. We had a budget discussion where we presented to our board that we've reduced positions, we've taken cuts on our own. If you're looking at expenditure of public funds, certainly there's some groups that we do provide funding through our Health and Human Services. You're welcome to inquire about that. But otherwise, if we're talking about dedicated uses of buildings, we'd have to allocate it through potentially an RFP process or dispose of it. The nonprofit does make it a little bit better for us as far as disposal, because we can do that. That's certainly the prerogative of the board. But that facility at 1000 Belterre Boulevard, one more time on that, with the deed restriction in place, I don't think it would fit. We are pursuing with ITT the elimination of that deed restriction, but it takes time.
Yeah, so I think that two problems is, one is the locations of what we do have or may have is way far out. And then number two is that facility, but it's deed restricted. And we're still having a debate about adult services in there for adult daycare.
Can I throw an idea out?
Yeah, so that's,
The fire department that's here in Benel that's being replaced, and I understand it's destined to be used for logistics. Any chance of swapping that with Station 51, since that is a better location for the clientele we're trying to serve?
yeah, I don't know without Chief here to talk about it.
You know, the advantage of having, I can answer, I believe, because it'll be right across from the new administration building, the new station. The desire was to have that facility
Nearby.
across the street. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is, I was kind of hoping by now somewhere in the public. Have you talked to the city of Palm Coast?
No, I have not.
That's probably like the next
The city
spot
of Palm
to go.
Coast, again, wouldn't be the prime
I know.
focus point we're trying to do.
The city
We
of
do
Benel?
believe it's Benel. And the crossroads of 1 and 100 is the prime area. We also looked at the SMA building on the old
Corner?
library, the old Benel Library, but I understand they're not abandoning that building.
Not
They're just,
abandoning
even
it.
though they have a new one
I
going
know.
up, they're going to be keeping that facility because that
Yes,
was
they
another
are.
prime location we became aware of.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be our problem, is there's nothing that really fits it right now. You know, there may be something in the future, but like he said, we'd have to go out to RFP with it.
Is there anything
and
in the
open
old
it up to all
courthouse?
nonprofit.
Is there anything in the old courthouse?
No, it's now the school board.
Oh, it's
Not
school
ours.
board. Oh,
Yeah.
back to schools.
Back to school board. You should go back to the,
schools.
yeah. We're sorry. I mean, I think about it all the time.
I
I've
did
ran
too.
through all our inventory. I've seen your ask on Facebook. I was hoping by
we've been
now.
trying to plaster.
I was hoping by
maybe
now business would have come forward with space somewhere.
Where are you located now?
In the Atlantis
Atlantis.
Business Plaza on
Oh, yeah.
US 1.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate,
terrible,
and I was
yeah.
hoping by now somebody would have found
I would hope so too, but
space. But
I've got about 2 more months before we're going
Yeah.
to have to start planning to disband.
talk to the city of Palm Coast. I know it's
You
not near
should.
your thing, but if you could even get anywhere to land, you know, they may have something on Utility Drive or something over in that area. But it's just, we don't have anything from what we've been talking about, just that fit the parameter.
Please keep us
and
in
your-
mind if you think of something.
I do. I think about it all the time. I mean, I do. I've thought about all of our spots. You know, there's a lot of nonprofits that are looking for help.
I
My
know
hope
that.
would have been to, like, at some point take the courthouse and made it a nonprofit hub,
Right.
so that all nonprofits could be
Nonprofit
housed there.
building.
But
Yeah.
right now, it's with the school board for lease. So, but it's just finding something right now just hasn't been an option for staff. I don't think.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to go unheard. I couldn't think of anything, and I don't even know if that's in our preview to be able to, I mean, the
We've
heartbeat.
tried. I think we've thought. I don't know. Just stop that. Thank you.
Just, we ran into this with the animal shelter, and bless their hearts. They're also very passionate, very wonderful people, and they were relentless. And we finally got an appropriation. We worked with the city of Palm Coast. It's taken 2 years. And now evidently there's a large donor that came forward. So it will happen, but because we're blessed to have somebody that stepped forward to work that out. I know the service is, I've used it. I've been part of Christmas Come True. I know you guys are great. The service is very much needed. Church space, I don't know. I don't know. I go to Parkview. there's not 1 inch of Parkview that's not being used. It's a huge building. No, I know. So, I don't know.
Well, hopefully, maybe has the local press, maybe we need to talk to the Observer and ask them to do a story.
Yeah.
They did.
They did? Okay.
It is very unfortunate, but hopefully someone hearing this in the public will try to consider, maybe you've got space for them and you're in the Bunnell area. It'd be much appreciated. It's a shame about the Atlantis. All right, anything else to address? All right, seeing none, any other public comment? I think we're out of time on the first public comment. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. We're going to move to consent items. Does anybody have any consent items for discussion? Any questions? Mr. Dance, no? Ms. Carney?
Yes, please. Real briefly, several of us were at the ethics training in Orlando, and I'd like to address 6B. 6B is the clerk. The clerk takes our minutes, publishes our minutes, deals with all of our disbursements and revenues, does a fantastic job. We do pay them to do this service for us. I was just wondering, when was the last time that I have found that our minutes are lengthy. Our minutes have a lot of white space. Our minutes do not just focus on the votes and the critical agenda items. I believe that our minutes are too lengthy. We have 2 clerk staff that sits to the left of us. Is this all because this is the way we've always done it, or is this because these are our requirements as a board? And can we discuss the requirements and possibly lighten the load on the clerk's office?
I think I can take that on. We'll talk with clerk staff, and if we can come back potentially at August 3rd's workshop. I think we already have that scheduled. If that's a consensus of the board, we'll do that.
Mr. Rodriguez, can you speak to that as far as our requirements for
Sure. When it
public
comes,
record?
Sure. When it comes to minutes, Sunshine Law is the one that governs the minutes, and this comes from the opinion from the Attorney General's office. It's basically all that Section 286.011 requires is written minutes of a public meeting be promptly recorded and opened for public inspection. And then the office has concluded that this means a brief written summary or series of notes reflecting the events of public meetings. They do not need to be a verbatim transcripts of the meeting. So the Attorney General's office has left it open as to what exactly minutes constitute. As long as you can deduce from the notes what occurred at the meeting, they do not have to be a detailed transcript. That's the only requirement the statute provides.
Is it all right with the board if Adam looks into this a little bit further? It's very time.
I would just say I enjoy reading them. I think they're pretty good. I like them. They're very good just the way they are. I like them.
It's fine. I'm sure that Mr. Bexley or someone can explain
Why?
what the requirements are. So if you wanted to have it as a takeaway, I'm okay with it, so you can get the answers. Absolutely. Okay.
That's all I have under comment. I'm going to pull a couple items.
Okay. Any comments about any consent? Ms. Richardson or Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, just on 7.0, I bring this up all the time, but the very last item on 7.0 is the walk down John Anderson. Could we just take that off? It's the last priority.
Oh, right,
It
because we
just
have
keeps
said for
coming.
years
Yeah, it
they
keeps
don't
coming.
want
Just
that
take it
on
off.
their
Just
road.
take it off the list. That last.
Do you want to, well, I think that would require you pulling it and asking that it be removed.
Removed. Okay.
And then-
All right, I'll do that.
All right. Any items for removal, Mr. Dance?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Carney?
Yes.
Which items would you like to remove?
I would like to pull 7C and 7D.
7C, 7D. Mr. Hanson?
7.0.
7-0. Ms. Richardson, anything you would like pulled?
No, ma'am.
All right, can I have a motion for,
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7D, 7D, and 7O.
7C, 7D, 7O? Clarify? Okay.
7C.
I have a motion.
Second.
I got a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll bring back item 7C. That is the consideration of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners 2027 meeting schedule.
So if you read the staff report on this item, they are looking for or recommending January, February, and July with only one meeting. Personally, I'm having a problem with one meeting a month. There is just too much to absorb, too much to deal with, too much to study, too many changes like you saw today. I don't know why we can't pick an alternate date. So if we lose a Monday because it's President's Day, why can't we meet that Wednesday? Or why can't we meet that Tuesday? Palm Coast might be meeting, that's okay, let's make it Wednesday. Flagler Beach meets on Thursday. I just don't think it's best practice for us to go that long without a meeting, which disturbs and pushes out, items that may have to be pushed out.
It's January, February, July.
Yes.
And I think
That's because of holiday.
well,
It's only because of
I
holidays.
think January and July because of, no, I could be wrong. January's,
They're all holiday
well,
related.
you also travel a week for legislative.
They don't take that into consideration. That's in June.
No, you travel to Tallahassee in January. So you're gone a week.
I'm not
No, we're
going.
not gonna
I
wait
don't
2
go to
days.
that. I'm not.
The only
we're
one
not
I have
required.
heartburn with is February. If you were able to find another alternative that's not conflicting with the city of Palm Coast or other
Thursday,
uses
Friday.
of this room.
Right, that
it's-
would be the problem, would be the uses for this room or the
This is school board meeting here.
They're usually at the end of the month, so I think all of their workshops are held upstairs on the third floor. The one meeting that they hold a month here is toward the end of the month, on a Tuesday.
Okay, what's with Thursdays?
Thursdays coincide with Flagler Beach. So we could do it, Tuesday towards the beginning of the month and I think you're reading it right, Vice Chair Carney, that the conflicts we had for January, February, and July were all holidays that kind of were front-ended.
This year,
February's later, because that's usually President's Day. But if we could look on the availability first for Tuesday with that preference, to try to have, if there's a conflict with the first or third, we could go for the first or third Tuesday. The only thing I'm thinking is February, could be a conflict with the school district. And then if Tuesday doesn't work, we could try for Wednesday. It's better now if you recall before, we may have set a bit of a precedent when we had three of us trying to cycle through this meeting room at City of Bunnell. Now with them in their new City Hall, we don't have that issue as much.
Okay. So is everybody comfortable with looking to see if staff can look for dates in January, February, and July for a second meeting?
Yeah, I think January is pretty slow following the holidays. This is a busy one here in July, but it's February. I don't think back-to-back months where you have one meeting a month is probably the best practice.
No, it's not.
So January, February should have 2 meetings.
Well, February at least is
Let's
what I'm
just go
thinking.
with 2 meetings a month and see how it works out on the calendar.
We don't have
We don't
any-
need breaks,
if
we don't need
have-
holidays, we need to work. We need to be here, we need to get stuff done.
Right, logistically speaking, what occurs is that the third Monday in January is Martin Luther King Day.
Correct.
And the third Monday of February is
President's Day.
So bouncing it, either moving it to the fourth Monday, then you have back-to-back meetings, or, yeah, we can move them to Tuesdays or Wednesdays,
Another day during that week, right?
if available. That could be done.
Okay.
We'll bring this item back to board consensus. We'll bring it back to the next meeting.
So would you like to
My only
No,
question is,
table the current?
can we have it on a Thursday? Why can't we have it on a Thursday?
No, you can.
Yeah, nothing prevents that from happening.
Yeah, I would just advise for this item, if we're going to reconsider to move to table the matter to the next meeting.
Yes, so can you make a motion so that they can?
I just want to also,
Okay.
for the workshops, just a general comment. I don't like them being on the same day as our meetings. Today, we started at 1. We're going to get out of here about 9. I'm making every dollar that I'm paid. I get that. It's just I believe that staff is having a hard time publishing a workshop agenda with backup and a meeting agenda with the backup. It's not just happened today. It's happened several times. I understand the importance of workshops. I don't know that we're doing this as efficiently as we can be, and I know that several of us work other jobs besides this, but I'm finding it very, very difficult to manage all of this information in one day. And timeliness of the agenda is a problem for me. It always has been a problem for me. But if the rest of the commission is fine with getting your workshop agenda on Friday night at 5:30, then you go for it. But that is not the way I like to do things, which means my weekend is spent reading 400 pages or 200 pages or not reading anything, because I will tell you I was very lax this weekend, and I'm proud to sit here and say it. But it's not, I don't think that's the way this board should be functioning. And I would be fine with workshopping on the Mondays that we don't have a meeting, as opposed to workshopping the same day as our meeting. And I'm also fine with workshopping at 5 o'clock on those Mondays if we have to work or things are not working out for us, leaving us with one meeting at 1 o'clock every month and just workshopping. And I know Palm Coast does the workshopping on their alternate weeks. We may have an opportunity not to have a workshop, but there has to be a system in place to get us the information we need. I don't like showing up with no information.
I like one day. I like them both on one day. I don't have to plan the alternate day.
Works for me, too.
And what happens when that holiday comes in on that second week or that first week?
Then you're going to workshop the same day.
So you want it as it is that what you're saying, Andy?
I prefer
don't understand what
from
you're-
scheduling, yes, if they're both on the same day. But
I'm good with it on the
it's
same
not a
day,
deal breaker, but
if,
it's,
But if you change it, I would like a 5 p.m. so that my day's not interrupted, or 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock, half day gone. So it sounds to me like for workshop consensus, for workshop, same day as meeting or different day? Same day? Same day, Ms. Richardson?
I think we need to have the workshop prior to the meeting, and sometimes that sets us up for a meeting to go faster. Does that make
Not
sense?
today. None of the agenda items from the workshop are
I
here
know,
today.
we had a special workshop today because we had only one meeting for the month, right?
Okay.
No? Okay.
All right,
Yes, I'm correct.
whatever.
Need to load better on them. Load them. I will say this, I did not enjoy getting it at 5 o'clock on Friday, because
That was
it
the
left me
problem. So
not
the
even
problem is
knowing, what
the
was on it, so.
information, timely, the
Yeah.
timely information. It's got to have some kind of rhythm to it. in order to give us the time we need to do our research. That's really, I think, what your biggest concern is.
Well,
I may
they're
be wrong.
prepping for 2 meetings on the same day,
On the same day?
just like we are.
Well, that's true. That is true. Okay, can you, I think the consensus is for look at 2 meetings for those months. I don't think there's a consensus to change workshop, although we've been very good about trying to move around workshops, but they don't work for each other. And we'll just try to continue that, and maybe even try to balance load those between the workshops. You know, some workshops are light and some of them have too much.
Then I'll make a motion to continue this item to the next meeting on August the 3rd.
I have a motion to continue item 7C to August 3rd's meeting.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Dance. All those for signify with aye. Aye. Moving on to item 7D, this is a consideration of Flagler County 2027 holiday schedule. Ms. Carney?
Yep. So I met with Adam and John regarding this item. I just, for the record, I just want it known that I do not agree with giving staff 14 holidays. I don't mind a floating holiday. I don't mind. The national average for holidays is 8. With this proposed schedule, there are 14 days. I'm being told that it doesn't matter because we're going to pay them anyway, and I think it's got more to do with efficiency and keeping this building open than it does whether or not I'm paying anybody, whether or not they're being paid or not. 14 is excessive when you compare it to the national average. Last year, Christmas Eve was off. This year, we have Thursday and Friday. Last year, everyone gets the day after Thanksgiving off. And then they want a Employee Appreciation Day to follow. So that's 2 weeks in November that we're closed for 2 days, plus the weekend. And, of course, Christmas, that's probably not an issue. But I would be more in favor of a 10 to 11-day holiday schedule. If we want to give an employee a floating holiday, that would have us at 12. I just think 14 is too many.
What do we typically do? I can recall, do we follow the state of Florida?
No.
No.
Okay. We don't follow the state of Florida.
Actually, the slide that they showed me, the federal government takes Columbus Day off, which is October 12th. We don't do that. This is up to our discretion. It's up to our benefits package. This is a total of 2 weeks off without pay, well, with pay, sorry. 2 weeks off for extra time off.
For holidays.
For holidays.
I'm sorry, I just don't even have last year's to compare.
Yeah, we do, right?
We do?
That's right.
You do.
The next
I
item.
don't have my item, that item printed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
People get paid vacations too, right?
Yes, employees can still use personal leave if, and we also have, we have personal leave is available.
I don't know, I'm indifferent on this item, so I don't have a comment. Mr. Dance, do you have any comment on this?
Which ones are you proposing to remove?
December 23rd, November 12th. Good Friday, nobody takes off. I don't think the school district even has Good Friday off. Good Friday, March 26th. So that's 1, 2, 3,
Did you say the
4.
12th?
I got,
12th?
sorry, Friday, the 26th of November, Thursday, the 23rd of December, Friday, March 26th, and Friday, November 12th.
The day after
Putting us
Veterans Day?
At 12. Putting us at 10.
Is that a motion?
Discussion. You want a motion?
I'm
Discussion?
Well, I pulled it up. The state recognizes 9 holidays for state employees. So I think the idea was to give extra days so you can have longer weekends on certain holidays. They look at that as a incentive instead of pay.
I think that was the intent, at least on November 11th, of having that happen on the Thursday when we spoke about the Employee Appreciation Day to follow on November 12th. One thing to keep in mind, the 56-hour, the fire rescue and emergency communications, that's based on the fire contract. One quick point, I think I'm right on this. I'll look for somebody to correct me, but the Good Friday was the equivalent for the 40-hour employees with the 56-hour employees, the fire rescue and emergency communications getting Easter. Because of Easter falling on Sunday, those that work 12-hour shifts, including weekends, and the trade-off was, Easter, Good Friday for the 40-hour, Easter for the fire department.
Well, I would think that somebody working a 24-hour shift has a different schedule. I mean, it makes sense, right? Same thing with 4th of July. 4th of July next year is on, Easter Memorial is on Sunday, July 4th. So
Everybody's off.
you're given,
56-hour employees will get the holiday pay on those days, as I recall.
or a day off. Not everybody works, right?
Correct, right.
So they're going to either have a day off or work.
They'll either be
or get
working when they'll get
holiday time.
Right.
Right.
The 23rd, December 23rd, that is a long stretch of a week off to close down government. 23rd, 24th, 25th. It's 5 days where you'll see someone again here. 6, 7 days almost, because of the way the holiday falls.
Again, they have personal time if they want to use it to make themselves, right, a long weekend.
It was the point to make sure that some offices are here open on those long stretches, because if that's the point, then maybe you can give them what they call floating holiday.
Right.
So that they could use that date, like employee appreciation has a floating holiday. I don't know. I consider this somewhat of I know it's on our agenda, but I look to the admin. I do think the stretch 23rd, 24th, 25th is a lot, because then they're off the 26th, 27th, and so there's nobody here in the government building for a long period of time. Is there another stretch like that?
Well, Thanksgiving, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Christmas, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it
Christmas
probably
is
has to do with the
23.
fact that the holidays are falling, well, Christmas is falling on a weekend. I get that. But I don't think we need that many days. I'm just going to go ahead
Christmas
and...
is on a Friday.
Christmas Eve is on Friday. Right here, Leanne, on the 27th.
That's the wrong year. Have here 20. For next. Yeah.
Oh, Friday the 26th.
Saturday.
That's this year. We've already done this year.
I don't know. I really don't. I think these long. So you have 23rd, 24th, 25th.
It's like getting a hair salon.
It is a lot. I don't know. Mr. Hanson, you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, leave it just the way it is.
Ms.
Second.
Richardson,
I like it.
do you have an opinion on this?
I just think, I think we're going on, I think the staff needs to look at how we get to a certain amount of days, and that'll be it. I don't think that's necessarily a big decision we have to make tonight after a 5-hour meeting of things of more importance to me than if somebody's off an extra day after Christmas or before. I think we're getting down into the dirt for no reason at
Well,
this time.
my comment did not focus on the days.
Right, so let's. I'd like to
Mr. Dance asked me what specific days. I really don't care. I believe that 14 is a large amount of days that we would give as a staff benefit for holidays.
So
It
how
does
many
not meet
days
the
is-
normal for the government, for the state, or for any other public or private sector.
So how many days should
10.
they have? 10
I'm
days.
suggesting 10.
Okay. So there you have a
That's my
motion to
suggestion. It's not a
suggest
motion.
it.
If it's not going to carry, I get it. I just want to know the thoughts on.
Okay, so make the motion and we'll continue. I just want to get through this part.
The counter to the off days to where you're filling in a day to, like Fridays, typically you're filling in a Friday for holidays or Thursday. Some of these are popular days. If they're not given, they're going to take them off. And what we end up with is a half-functioning government in anyway, because they're popular days. So the idea is that they're given as an extra day, because the function of the entity is reduced as it is.
So I actually, only because I didn't think, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask I can't make a motion, but I'm going to ask, can we table this?
Really?
And give me some time to look at it and talk about it at the next meeting whenever you bring back the meeting schedule? Or does somebody else want to make a motion
No,
on it?
if you're not going to vote in favor of my motion, then
I
of
think
course I'm
14,
going to.
I look at the state of Florida, it's 9. We've always done some discretionary days here and there. But for the state of Florida is 9. I'm on a 7-day holiday at the bank. So 14's a lot of days. I understand that. But I think that the rationale behind it is that they do it in lieu of pay. I mean, there's some, or not in lieu of pay, but it's a benefit.
So they don't have to use another benefit day.
Oh, I know.
It is.
I know.
It is.
I know. Well, it's a holiday and then vacation on top of 14 plus whatever is what she's trying to say. It's an excessive amount to her.
You want a comparison with other local governments? Usually,
Please.
I'm looking at this schedule, and just in my experience with the other local governments I've been involved in, usually the only really extra one is the Employee Appreciation Day that you give. Usually, the other local governments will either add an extra day on Christmas, depending to make Christmas a 4-day holiday. On the flip side, this one, New Year's Eve is actually a working day for 27. But aside from that, most of the other holidays, I know your neighbor to the south, Good Friday is a holiday, as well as the only one that's not given is that Employee Appreciation Day. But most of the other holidays, and I know Juneteenth was added, so that's a new added holiday that didn't exist several years ago. So your numbers are comparable to the other jurisdictions, except for this was, when I arrived here, Employee Appreciation Day was the one that I had never experienced. Just to giving you a comparison with the other local governments. I would compare apples to apples.
Thank you.
And if it's, we always end up getting the state changing their schedules.
They add.
Regardless
It's
of
just
what
days.
their published schedule is, they will change, the governor will come out later and change the dates. This is just being proactive for planning purposes.
I don't know. I understand the point. I know the governor just added 5 or 6 days onto 250th. I believe this is an administrative thing, so I don't have a problem leaving it like it is. The Employee Appreciation Day, that's a new?
We've had them before. I think we had.
And it really depends on the year. It's not always needed.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I move that we keep the vacation schedule the same.
All right, I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes. Item 7O.
Yeah, this comes up at least once a year, and I get it off the list, and then it shows up again. And that's the sidewalk and John Anderson Highway. I just soon if it would please just take it off the list. The people out there don't want it.
Right, so nobody wants the sidewalk because it interferes with their driveway
Yeah, they
issues.
It
Brings
comes up
pedestrian
every year.
traffic down they don't want. Mr. Dance, I know in the
Hamid, is
past
there
you've
any?
supported this.
Is it on there for a reason for Sun Trail or?
No, because it ends. It ends at the Volusia County line.
I get it.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Hamid Tabassian, County Engineer. It is not a Sun Trail.
Okay.
John Anderson is not a Sun Trail.
Thank you.
Oh, there's no sun there. Trees.
And you are correct, always have been the last item. And previously, we were told just keep it there as the last item, but we can take it out.
Take it off.
This is the list of unfunded transportation alternative projects that
Right. I
are
understand
ranked.
what the list is. I'm just saying we keep putting it back on there. And
Yeah, in the order of priority, and this one is at the bottom.
Very bottom,
We send it to FDOT and TPO for funding consideration, and this is for your consideration as well. Once it's approved, we would send it. But if you want to take that one out, we'll take it out and forward that to FDOT.
Thank you.
I need a motion.
You made the motion, did you?
Yeah, I move that we approve item 7O with the exception of item R.
11.
11, on the, removing that from the list.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion to remove item 11 regarding John Anderson, and a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving to item 8A, this is a consideration of a resolution to vacate a portion of the plat at Plantation Bay, Section 2AF, Unit 12B in the PUD. The applicant is James Cappen, and the owner is Jamie and Julie Inman. That is 31 Kingswood Court. Hello. Simone.
Good evening, Simone Kenny, Growth Management. The county received a petition to vacate a portion of the 14-foot rear drainage easement located along the rear of Lot 14 of Plantation Bay, Section 2AF, Unit 12B, located at 31 Kingswood Court. More specifically, there was a pool deck that was recently constructed and installed with squared off corners, while the reference drainage easement, as you can see, follows the rounded rear lot line. And because of this, a small portion of both rear corners of the pool deck encroach into the plotted easement. And so James Cappen, as applicant for the parcel owners, is seeking to vacate these small corners of the drainage easement. And here we can see the plat for Plantation Bay, Section 2AF, Unit 12B, Lot 14. You can see the curved nature of the rear lot line and the 14-foot rear drainage easement. And then here we can see the survey from the constructed pool deck. Those back corners are pulled out and zoomed in, and so they encroach into that 14-foot rear drainage easement about 0.29 feet. But because there is that encroachment, we can't final out the survey, and this vacation is requested.
It's less than a foot?
Yes, less than half a foot.
Half.
Okay.
So there's no apparent drainage or stormwater in that easement. There's no utilities. The vacation does not affect right of access to other lot owners. And the Tomoka Community CDD, which is the maintenance entity of that drainage easement, has consented. They've provided a letter of no objection, and all taxes are paid in full. And these are all the requirements of a vacation. And so the recommendation is that the board adopt the resolution for the vacation of that portion of the plat. With that, I'll close out with any questions or comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Simone, comments?
What's the difference? Why would they vacate versus getting a variance?
You can't get a variance for an easement, only setbacks.
Okay.
Any other questions for her?
I'm sorry.
No, no, you're good.
Could you repeat that? Why did they do a what?
Instead of getting a variance.
Instead of a variance for the minimal, but
They're
the
vacating.
reason is it's a drainage easement and it's not a setback. You get variances for setbacks.
Okay, I get it.
All right. Any other questions?
Make a motion to approve.
I've got to do public comment, but go ahead. We got a motion to approve?
Second.
And I got a second. I'm going to open up to item 8A for public comment. This is a time where public can comment on item 8A, the consideration to vacate a portion of the plat. Anyone here wishing to public comment? Seeing none, I close out the item. All right, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Simone.
Moving to item 8B, this is a consideration of a resolution establishing the Beach Renourishment Municipal Service Benefit Unit. We do no longer need this,
We
correct?
don't need that.
We canceled that.
All right. This matter was discussed in the workshop and a special meeting following earlier today. We would still set it at 0 or no?
No, this is an ordinance, and we were told, this is not an ordinance?
No, ma'am. No, ordinance comes up later. That's item 9F, I believe.
That's in the nines.
So this is the resolution. This was put on your agenda.
Why do I have
We
this
we
here?
intended, this is before we had hobbled together the workshop, and this was if we were going to act on this, this would be the subject of the special meeting on the 20th. You earlier, through consensus, said 0 on the MSBU. This item is moot.
9F?
All right, we're moving on to item 9A. This is a quasi-judicial process. We're going to look at 9A. It's a legislative. It's the adoption of a one-year moratorium on the siting of data centers within the unincorporated Flagler County. This is the first reading. Who will present for us?
I've got a few comments on it, and I'll look to Mr. Rodriguez for everything I get wrong. He can correct. This is for what we sometimes refer to as zoning in progress. We did have highlights within the first reading on the ordinance of wherever we had mention of 1 year. You could do 6 months. You could do potentially more. I'd advise not going any longer than 1 year. You could do a 90-day moratorium if you wished. But certainly somewhere between 0 and 1 year is what we'd recommend. And certainly whatever you come back with as your motion on this would impact then what we'll bring back for second reading and adoption on the 3rd. So you want to do 1 year, please put that into your motion, whatever that time frame is. I did include in the staff report how we would handle these now through the special use, but I think ultimately what we'll do with this after you adopt this moratorium is that we'll work at creating those criteria that will be part of the siting criteria for these data centers, and we'll bring those back to the board in time with whatever time frame you create as part of this moratorium. And Mr. Rodriguez, I think, has got some comments.
Yeah, I mean, we can set the moratorium for 1 year. Now, if staff, we come back with the draft, because what the state statute authorized local governments to do were to basically incorporate these uses both in their comprehensive plans and their land development codes. So the 1 year basically takes into consideration how long it's going to take for staff to bring forth the comprehensive plan amendment, getting that adopted, and then getting the land development codes adopted. If you can put in the ordinance a 1 year moratorium, if we get both of the comp plan amendment and the land development code amendments adopted within the 1 year, then upon that adoption, you could terminate the moratorium. The moratorium becomes basically moot once the regulations are in effect. What the moratorium does is it closes the door on any applications or anyone wanting to basically rush the office to get an application in while we're still contemplating what the regulations are. It shuts the door while we contemplate how to regulate these uses.
Do we believe 1 year is sufficient? I'm still waiting on the brick roads.
You can always make it longer.
I'm just
but
being
1
honest.
year is good.
Yeah, I think the
It's a
a year
start.
should be plenty.
Okay. Any questions for staff, comments to staff on this item?
Where would anyone build one of these in unincorporated Flagler County?
Everywhere.
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 All they need is
These,
land.
a lot of these are actually targeting rural areas.
Of course they are.
because they're outside. But then again, there are new data centers. We were presented this at the Florida Association of Counties meetings. They're buying, some of them are buying up either old office parks and using them as their data center locations for smaller data centers. But they really do eye rural locations where they can basically assemble large tracts of land. And then if they'll pay to get the infrastructure out there, get the electricity out there, get the water out there, and they'd rather be somewhere way out west where no one's going to bother them.
Mall.
So that's why it's really, I think that the consensus is that they're really targeting rural counties for these uses because of the availability of the land.
And it's really just about planning before permitting. I mean, these aren't fitting in, they're not traditional commercial industrial uses. We're finding more information about them every day. And I think part of this 12-month process through the Northeast Florida Regional Council is an educational campaign. I can see us over the next few months after the second reading having some public hearings and bringing in experts that actually talk to the specifics, the positives and negatives of them, just so there's more information to the public, accurate, factual data given to the public.
Yeah, there's a lot of information out there about these. I've been trying to read everything I can on them, and I didn't any of it real good, but it's...
Right, the leader, Nassau County, I think, is in Northeast Florida, took the lead and is ahead of the game. They have a really good website, and they've had some of these educational meetings that are all available online. So if anybody is interested, I would direct them to Nassau County's webpage, and they have a dedicated data center discussion page.
A lot of it's being done in the western part of the states, of the United States. Mr. Wonderful bought about 80 million acres to do it. And that's just a sign of what could happen here. So,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt 9A, adoption of a 12-month moratorium on the siting of data centers in unincorporated Flagler County.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Dance, a second by Ms. Carney. I'm going to open up item 9A for public comment. This is about a moratorium on the siting of data centers.
Raymond Royer, Painters Hill. Yeah, I've done a lot of study on this, and actually back off of Allentown, it's in a rural area. 7,500 people showed up to protest it. I don't know if it's going to still move forward, but I think it's going to get very violent soon out that way because they're keep pushing forward. That being said, I've talked to other people, and I'm looking at China, and China's way ahead of us on that. The reason it's being driven is because everybody's investing in it, because this is going to be the new, technology, tech. You can see what the bubble happened with tech, and now I think this is going to be the next bubble, and what we're going to end up having, 100,000 square warehouses emptied, with electronics in there, and nobody's going to want to pay the cost to remove it. And I also believe that technology will be like IBM starting out with these big computers with reels, and now our phones are a computer today. So I think we're going to go from 100,000 to 1,500 square feet buildings, probably within the next 10 years. I would just ask you to really sit on it for a 2-year, but you already voted, only because you need more time, and I think you need a master plan behind that to make sure you don't have it next to a school, next to hospitals and stuff like that, and far away from residential. But yeah, they like to try to be on their own because there is a lot of controversy. And one other point, Texas, Lake Mead, 3 or 4 cities around Lake Mead have lost their water because they use so much water because they built 7 of those plants right around Lake Mead, and they're just drawing the water right out of the lake. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Thank you, Mr. Royer. I think you're onto something. I think it could be done a different way.
Well, to his point, I think one of the items too is putting something in there about decommissioning of these, because if
right.
that is one possible, then writing that, how are these decommissioned and properly, almost like a brownfield at the end.
That's right. There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, my son is
don't need
actually interviewing with a company to build these in space. So, all right, we have a motion to approve and a seconded roll call.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Chair Pennington,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dance,
Yes.
Commissioner Carney.
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Item 9A passes. Moving on to 9B, it's legislative transmittal of the update to the 2010-2035 Flagler County Comprehensive Plan and first reading of an ordinance titled similar to. Simone and Chuck.
Simone Kenny, Growth Management. You saw this transmittal almost exactly a year ago. We voted to transmit to the state and see what their comments were pending Senate Bill 180. Florida Commerce did reach out to staff with some informal comments saying they did find that it was inconsistent with Senate Bill 180, and so we withdrew the transmittal in August as we sort of waited out to see if there would be a glitch bill to remedy Senate Bill 180 or to see if other jurisdictions came up with other strategies to do so. So over the past year, other jurisdictions have tried to challenge Senate Bill 180. That really hasn't been remedied yet, but they sort of did successfully challenge Florida Commerce and essentially got Florida Commerce to admit that it's not in their jurisdiction or authority to determine what is more burdensome or not. That would be up to individual property owners and developers themselves. And so we are requesting to transmit the plan again. It's exactly the same as it was transmitted last year, knowing that we may get some comments again from Florida Commerce, but now knowing that they really are only advisory in nature. And so with that, I'll go through kind of briefly what we covered last time. Again, this is exactly the same plan. And so during this whole process, starting back in 2022, we had started with community input. We had our project website, had nearly 2,000 visitors. We had over 1,100 surveys taken. We had a total of about 10 meetings and 17 input activities to garner public feedback on our plan update. Our vision directives were to increase resiliency against natural disasters, improve overall drainage systems, diversify local industry and employment opportunities, concentrate future growth to urban areas, cultivate a more affordable and diverse housing market, ensure a sufficient and clean water supply, conserve the natural environment, maintain and improve facilities and services, support working agricultural operations and industries, establish connected and safe bicycle, sidewalk, and trail network, and then finally to preserve the charm and character of our rural community. And so in alignment with our overall strategic plan, effective government to maintain financial stability, and again, build and maintain relationships with the other municipalities, economic vitality, again, to diversify and enhance the local economy, promote tourism, and promote an affordable workforce and attainable housing options. And then finally, growth in infrastructure to provide and improve infrastructure, protect and manage natural resources, and preserve and enhance cultural, recreational, and leisure activities. So as a general overview for our plan we updated all of our elements, all of our data and analysis, and our goals, objectives, and policies. We've increased the planning horizon from 2035 to 2050. We did all the kind of grammar and semantic updates, such as changes to agency names and changes to applicable state statutes and codes. We've updated our map series, reflected statutory changes, updated our transportation level of service, and then again incorporated our strategic plan and vision directives. These were the most recent changes that had been made right before you guys transmitted last time. Specifically in policy, in the conservation element and coastal management element, to use state scenic roadway A1A, that kind of verbiage. In our transportation element, we wanted to establish a biennial traffic count program. In our future land use, we wanted to add parking to the list of maintaining land development standards and guidelines in the comp plan. We added language regarding potential relocation strategies during natural disasters. And then we revised our hurricane evacuation plan to be an evacuation plan, not just specific to hurricanes. So for specific changes in our future land use element, we increased the intensity from commercial low intensity from 0.3 to 0.5, the commercial high intensity from 0.4 to 3.0, and then industrial from 0.45 to 2.0 to be more in line with surrounding jurisdictions and to encourage non-residential development, again, striving to diversify the local economy. We also wanted to foster mixed-use communities and housing variety, again, preserving agricultural operations and rural character, establishing policy and guidelines for land use amendments specifically in agricultural and timber areas, and then remove policies related to the farms program. In our transportation element, we added a policy to create a program to collect traffic counts on a biennial basis. Again, collecting those traffic counts either from developer applications, from FDOT counts, from surrounding jurisdictions counts, and just having a compiled database in one spot. Policies to expand public transportation opportunities in the future when they're warranted, to implement complete street designs, to establish target thresholds for adverse roadway impacts, and to prioritize trail connectivity. We also added a policy to establish our airport overlay, which we actually already have done in the time being since the last time we transmitted, and to work with the city to develop an economic strategy for lands near the airport. For housing, we added a policy to allow ADUs in residential zoning districts regardless of income category, and staff is currently working on that policy after AHAC added it to the list of recommendations that you guys supported. So you'll be seeing that policy hopefully in the next couple months.
Simone, did we change the minimum square footage that we allowed? Is that part of this ADU? We had a minimum square footage.
So we have a minimum in all of our zoning districts, and that'll be discussed in the policy itself, whether that's a smaller minimum for the ADU or whether it has to be a proportion of the primary dwelling's square footage.
All right, thanks.
Again, adding a policy for the interspersion of affordable housing options and to develop a strategy for seniors to prevent homelessness, in this case specifically looking at aging in place policies. So where an aging resident does not have to leave their home as they get older, the most common of which being these ADUs where their adult children perhaps live in the primary house and they move into an ADU or in-law suite attached. For our infrastructure policy element, we streamlined policies, added language to coordinate with utility providers, and to ensure compliance with the Lower St. Johns River Basin Main Stem Basin Management Action Plan. That's a mouthful. In our coastal management element, there's policies to preserve a minimum of 10% of native vegetation, to require beachfront development to dedicate their easement to the county for beach renourishment purposes, even though we almost have all of those easements, to protect beach access ways, require development to continue access and relocate it on site or donate it to the county, ensure consistency with our vulnerability assessment and compound flooding study, to prohibit motel or hotel bed increases that increase our evacuation times above the adopted base scenario in our evacuation plan, and to limit funding for new public facilities within the coastal high hazard area to ensure public access and passive recreation facilities. In our conservation element, there's a policy to develop a program for farmland conservation, including coordinating with the USDA and the Rural Family Lands Protection Program to facilitate the purchase of farmland conservation easements, and to establish a priorities map for farmland conservation. In addition to creating a connected greenways plan, and to evaluate whether the hammock area should be identified as a special ecological district, evaluate establishing a regional wetland mitigation bank. So when developers impact wetlands, they have to pay those fee credits, mitigation credits to improve wetlands in a bank located somewhere else, looking into the possibility of having those improved wetlands be located still within the county. And then we have this policy, which was specifically policy CME 1.8.3, requiring parcels located between the A1A scenic corridor and the Atlantic Ocean. So specifically, with the west boundary of the parcel being State Road A1A and the east boundary of the parcel being the Atlantic Ocean, they should be zoned for the lowest intensity or density allowed for their respective future land use categories. And this policy is duplicated also in the coastal management element. In our economic development element, a new policy to establish a quarterly report to summarize the economic health of local businesses and industries, to promote tourism, whether that be heritage, ecotourism, or agritourism opportunities, promote the development and provision of attainable housing, again, seeking those public-private partnerships, perhaps developing an affordable housing master plan, and perhaps reducing regulatory or procedural barriers, and then support organizations and agencies that stage destination defining events. And then our recreation and open space element, using the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to prioritize facility needs, upgrades, trails, passive recreation, assess the feasibility of a regional sports complex, ensure development along A1A minimizes visual impacts with natural buffers and low-impact signage. Again, that's kind of embodied in our A1A scenic corridor overlay in our LDC currently. And then to hope to provide beach access every half a mile with public parking. Right now, our policy is every 1 mile. And then our intergovernmental coordination, establish that joint planning committee with the municipalities. That's still currently in the works. And creating the plan for establishing interlocal service boundary agreements with the municipalities. Again, still being worked on. And then we have our capital improvements element, where we increased the level of service for wastewater from 240 to 264. Again, that our equivalent residential unit is what developers use when they have to show that they have the capacity to provide the service. And then revising our principal arterials to be consistent with FDOT's level of service. So from urbanized, that'd be from a C to a D, and for rural, from B to C. And so our next steps, should you choose to transmit, would be to transmit it to the state agencies. Last year, we did it through the state expedited process. Because of the timing on this one, it'll have to be an evaluation and appraisal report-based or EAR-based review. It's a slightly more intensive review. It has a 60-day review period rather than a 30-day like the expedited does. And so most likely we wouldn't be able to adopt until September or maybe October. So we would transmit to the state. They provide comments that we incorporate within our change. You have another hearing to adopt. And then we send out that notification. And then finally, hopefully we can finally get to updating our land development code. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you for the update. It has been a year.
Yes.
Wow.
Been a while.
Long while.
Any questions? No?
It's an exercise in futility. I mean, pretty probably it'll come back, right?
Again,
or at least recommendations will. At this point, we'll just get recommendations, right? We won't get the whole plan back. I mean, it'll just be, yeah, and then we just adjust it from there? All right.
All right. We could take a motion.
I'll take motion to approve our comprehensive plan transmittal.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Dance, seconded by Mr. Hanson. I'm going to open up item 9B. This is legislative for any comments. Transmittal of our 2010, 2035, I think it's really our 2050 Flagler County Comprehensive Plan. Any comments from the public? Mr. Wilcox. Hello, sir.
I'm Dan Wilcox with Stevenson Wilcox. We do some development in the area and some surveying and engineering. We're concerned with the conservation element that was presented, the final item being the density requirement to reduce our density to the lowest available density in the zoning category. That's really onerous to a lot of people that have land that have historically held in their family for a long time between the corridor and the ocean. It can really hurt them in a bad way. We're working with a lot of those families to protect their development rights as they go forward. And I think that a broad-based statement like that is really opening us as a community up for legal review that we may or may not want to have in our front. The item was presented at the planning board as just a last-minute throw in this item in there. And there wasn't a lot of discussion on it in my mind, in my perspective. And I feel like it's stuck where it probably shouldn't be there in my opinion. But I'll let that be out there for you guys to look at. Please consider that one item as being overly burdensome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on item 9B? Seeing none, I close public comments. Simone, are you aware of what he was discussing? Or
Yeah, that's the policy that I read out. That's in the coastal management element 1.8.3. Again, stating that parcels located east of the A1A scenic corridor, with the west boundary of the parcel being State Road A1A and the east boundary of the parcel being the Atlantic Ocean, shall be zoned for the lowest intensity or density allowed for their respective land use categories.
yeah, it's specific to the hammock area, anything on the east A1A corridor, nowhere else in the county.
Right, yeah, this is an issue, then
Right,
we wanted
we
that
talked
in there.
about-
Yeah, we wanted that in there.
We were actually, when we had a workshop, so that item was discussed during a workshop over a year ago with the hammock and scenic A1A associations. And so it was specifically added in for the residents down there. It's actually an item that, because of SB 180, could be thrown back by the state and said it's too burdensome. So that's probably one of the items that may come back that the state finds an issue with. We know that, but we promised to add it in there regardless.
Yeah.
So we expect to hear from the state on that possibly.
So could you run an example of that? So somebody's got a lot on the ocean in the hammock.
On the scenic A1A corridor.
On scenic A1A, okay.
Yeah.
So what does it mean? What's the density? The density is one house per lot, right? Oh, C3 you can do, is that what it's alluding to? If it's a C3 or?
I think Chuck knows.
They're all RC.
They're all RC.
So realistically, it's many of our future land use categories have a range of density. So you could have rural, single family, rural estate, that's 1 per acre. Or you could have just low density residential, and that's 1 to 3 units per acre. And so with this policy, they would be essentially zoned to just 1 unit per acre, the low end of the range.
Per acre? And they're all in the CCCL line, right? Most of them?
Primarily, if you're in the area that is south of, I guess where A1A kind of curves right above Island Estates and then down, the barrier island is pretty narrow there. Everywhere north of that, generally you have, hammock dunes along the east as well. So anything that's in between State Road A1A, for example, on the west, and hammock dunes on the east, would not be subject to this policy.
Okay.
Because this clarifies that you need to be abutting the Atlantic Ocean.
Any comments? Okay. Any other, I guess no other public comments on that. We have a motion to approve and a second. If you'll roll call, if there's nothing else.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
5-0 approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 9C, this is quasi-judicial petition to enlarge the Ormond Station Community Development District. The Ormond Station CDD, through its agent, Jerry Earlywine, Esquire of Kutak Rock, files to petition to amend the boundaries of Ormond Station Community Development. This is quasi-judicial. Mr. Dance, if you had any discussions on this?
None.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Mr. Hanson?
No.
Ms. Richardson?
No.
And I've had none.
So again, this is a petition to enlarge the Ormond Station CDD. Okay, so Ormond Station is located down in the very southeast corner of the county and near the Hunters Ridge DRI, part of the Hunters Ridge DRI. They're requesting to extend their existing boundaries, which currently total about 67 acres, to add 2 new subdivisions. This was Woodside and Sunside. Woodside was also formerly called Ironwood, and Sunside was formerly called Amber Woods and Pineside. So they've gone through a couple name changes. So again, here showing the red area where the existing boundaries of the CDD are, and in blue where those proposed additional boundaries are. So just as a reminder, CDDs are a special purpose local government established pursuant to Chapter 190 of Florida statutes, and they have the authority to plan, manage, and finance infrastructure for planned developments. So the Ormond Station CDD was established May 13th, 2023 for the initial about 40 acres. Those boundaries were amended and expanded in 2024 for an additional 27 acres. And then this second petition now would amend the boundaries to include both the 21-acre parcel and 14-acre parcel. The petition is complete per the requirements of Section 190 Florida statutes. It's not inconsistent with any applicable elements or portions of the comp plan. The area of land within the amended district is of sufficient size, sufficiently compact, and sufficiently contiguous to be development as one functional community. The district is the best alternative available for delivering community development services and facilities to the area. The community development services and facilities will not be incompatible with the capacity and uses of existing local and regional community development services and facilities. And the area that will be served by the amended district is amenable to the special district government. And so your options as the Board of County Commissioners are to approve the petition for the enlargement of the boundaries of the Ormond Station Community Development District by amending the previous ordinance 2024-01, or you can deny the petition, or you can continue the request to a time and date certain. And with that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Sloan?
Did this go to planning and zoning? Does it have to?
No, this is a Board of County Commission only.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? All right. Okay. We'll talk and entertain a motion and then go to public comment on it. Thank you. I already read it. Any motion?
I'll move to approve 9C.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Ms. Carney, seconded by Mr. Dance. I'm going to open up item 9C, quasi-judicial, for the enlargement of Ormond Station Community Development District. I'm open for public comment. Anyone wishing to approach? Okay, seeing none, I'll close for public comment. Roll call.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
5-0 approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 9D, this is quasi judicial. It's project 2026-040067. This is a request to rezone from the C2 General Commercial Shopping Center and Agricultural AC District to the PUD District at 2261 South Old Dixie. I believe this is a holiday travel park co-op. Welcome, Chuck.
Chair, members of the board, Chuck Miranda, Interim Growth Management Director.
Chair.
Can I, you know what?
Quasi-judicial.
Can I just do the quasi really quickly? Sorry.
Excuse me.
Mr. Dance?
No, ma'am.
None.
None.
None for me. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long day. I'm going to try to keep everybody awake on this one. Okay, so this is the Holiday Travel Park, the location. It's located just west of I-95, actually adjacent to 95, in north of Old Dixie Highway, adjacent to the old hotel site that we had a lot of discussion about. So the present land use is commercial high intensity. You can see it on this drawing. It's in the red. The present zoning is, the red is commercial C2. The triangle to the north is ag. It's not in a floodplain. Typically, the soils show limited wetlands. Same with that map. So as said, the zoning is going from mostly C2, a little bit ag, to a plan unit development. And there is the map. This is a campground, 156 different shareholders. That's ownership. It's a co-op. They own shares. It has the common areas, amenities, and it has the storage for the shareholders' area for storage. And what the purpose of this is we had a compliance agreement in 2016 that was approved. And what we did after that, which was required, we amended the area to the north to make it commercial high intensity. Now we're doing this step is we're rezoning to a PUD to specify the uses and requirements. And once again, that was from the 2016 compliance agreement that the board approved. This would be the second step. Third step would be to have a site plan coming to you, and then the next step would be compliance. So it's got a long history. What is that? 53 years ago, it opened as Jellystone Campground. It was, a co-op was formed in 1980. An informal plat was filed the year after. And in 1981 is when the first record of non-compliance came into the county's attention. And since 81 to present, there's been a continuous history of code violations, including screen rooms, Florida rooms, decks, carports attached to RVs. We had over the years, we had the citation system that didn't work too good. It was, we got some compliance, we didn't get a lot of compliance. So in 2016 is when we came into this compliance agreement with the co-op. So that's 10 years ago, we've been working to get this going. As I said, in 2017, we had the Flume Amendment for the Northern Triangle. And now in 2019, we had a rezoning attempt, but it didn't pass through TRC because they wanted all the non-permitted illegal structures to be grandfathered. So this takes us up to the current, it took us another 5 years to get this agreement in place. So it's been a long time coming. And what this agreement's going to allow is, of course, the shareholder spaces are going to stay intact. There's going to be a transient campground area for events, tents, RVs. And what we're going to allow is these recreational units and amenities are going to stay. And we're going to allow for some other storage uses and screen rooms. And what we did here was life safety. We're requiring spaces between the campsites. And this has to do with fire code. 10 feet side to side, 8 feet end to side, 6 feet end to end. Right now, there's some non-compliant structures there that are life safety issues. And we want the two-way travel to be 20 feet per fire code. We want one-way travel to be 10 feet. We want them to have one off-site space, and the building height is just, it's never going to be 30 feet, but it's in there. So this is all life safety to bring them into compliance. And here's the definitions section. The shareholder spaces can be used for trailers and RVs only. And per the Florida statute, a park trailer cannot exceed 400 square feet when constructed to ANCA 119.5 or 500 square feet when constructed to HUD standards. Okay, now we're not going to have any structures attached to RVs. They have to be freestanding. So in other words, if you have a screen room, it has to support itself. It can be attached to the roof with flashing, but it cannot bear on the RV wall or RV unit. And that's going to be per Florida Building Code. So on 3/8, when we say permanent structures, we mean they can have a parking slab and pedestals, but anything else has to be permitted by the Flagler County Building Department, which would be these freestanding decks, freestanding screen rooms, or storage sheds. Because it's an RV park, a campground, that's not allowed right now. And we have some requirements on sheds 100 square feet, not to be placed inside our rear yard. It must be 10, there's the spacing again, 10 feet from another park, RV, or shed, and that's for fire, life safety fire code. Okay, so we're giving them, since it's been so long coming, we're giving them a 2-year compliance period. And they can have another year if they desire. And after that, then we would proceed on with investigating code violations. So it's a total of 3 years they have to comply with that 1-year addition. Okay, so when this went to the planning board, they approved it, recommended, excuse me. And one of the requests we've had for the past 5 years is for the shareholders to get credit for permit fees. We can't waive building permit fees per the statute, but they wanted a credit of $150 for every shareholder toward the permit fees. And that would come out of the general fund. And they wanted us to ask you, so that's why it's there. And like I said, this has been in the last 5 years, this has been in the negotiations. And also, our legal department came up with the prohibition from them reissuing shares unless the site complies. And we have a little change that the planning board wanted on this. We can bring that up in the next couple of slides. There's the site layout. You see the spaces, you can see the amenity, you can see the road coming in. I-95 is to the top of the road. Excuse me, the drawing, Old Dixie's to the bottom. So that's their latest site plan that they gave us. Okay, in a summary, it's a rezoning from C2 and Ag to PUD. It's about 40 acres. The use is not changing. It's still going to be a RV park and campground. And what we call this kind of a quasi campground now, because we're going to allow other structures on the sites, like I mentioned before, sheds and screen rooms. And we're going to provide for life safety with the spacing requirements. And we're going to finally tell them what is and what is not allowed, all the way back to 1973. And we're going to provide them a path to compliance, and we've received public comments on this, and it's in the packets. So as I said, the planning board recommended approval. In their change, as I mentioned before, was to allow the sales or transfers if the co-op notifies the future buyers, because all the sales have to go through the co-op. So what the planning board suggested was they notify them that they're required to conform to this ordinance. in order to convey the co-op share. So it's a little change than what's in the agreement right now. The agreement now says they have to come into compliance before they convey. So this is something that the planning board recommended. Okay, so as we said, your options are to approve the PUD with all the conditions in there now, including the no-sell option without compliance and the $150 credit coming out of the general fund. Or you can change those conditions, and we have an option B to say the planning board recommendation is to provide a document to the co-op buyer to say you have to conform to this agreement. Or you can deny the project and we're back where we were 53 years ago. Or you can continue based on you need additional information. I want to submit this in for the record. We do have representatives from the co-op here if you have any questions. And once again, you do have options on your conditions. Thank you.
Can I open it up for the board? Any questions for Chuck or any comments, discussion?
Madam Chair, you said they have representatives from the association, or?
Yeah, the co-op acts as an association, and their representatives in the back row, I believe.
Oh, are those property managers?
No, they're the president and I believe
So on
vice
the
president
board?
of the co-op.
The
That's
board of
correct.
directors for them?
How many $150 times what?
$150 times, what was it, 146 spaces?
$23,400.
156 shareholders.
$23,400.
And that's the option to the board. They wanted you guys to decide.
Have we, speaking to that point, have we ever done a permit rebate
We
using general
have
fund dollars?
paid, I believe we have paid our county permits out of our project budgets, building
County projects.
building fees. That's part of our project budget. So that's about the closest I can come to building fees being paid by the county.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, any problems with that? Is it set a bad precedent for?
Sure it does.
I mean, any rebates or refunds of building permit fee, that lies within the purview of the building official under the building code. So whether it sets a bad precedent or not, I mean, no, it doesn't set a legal precedent. So if that's your answer, it doesn't necessarily set a legal precedent.
It's allowable. There's nothing wrong with what the planning board's proposed, which was the rebate.
The planning board did not make comment on this. They didn't want to touch this. They wanted you guys to decide.
It was their recommendation. No.
No.
No, they didn't vote on it.
They left this one alone, put it that way. But as far as waiving building permit fees, the statute makes it clear that fees are to be used for the building department's functions. So we've never waived. We can waive development fees such as zoning review and things like that, but we can't waive the actual building review and plans review.
Got another question. How many units are not in compliance to these new rules?
Okay, we've been in there. It's a good percentage. I would say it's a good, maybe the board can speak. I would say it's good 80%.
How much?
Probably 80% or more.
80%?
I would say that's probably close. Like I said, this has been going on for decades, and we're trying to finally brought this to the board after decades of negotiation. I've been here 20-some years, and when I started here, this was going on. And I believe Adam remembers it very clear. So we want to try to clean this up, and we're at the board to try to get this agreement. In the fees, the waiving of the fees, they wanted us to ask you, so that's why we're asking you. Or excuse me, the credit of the fees.
But it's used as a residential sleeping area, correct?
It's a campground right now.
it's used for residential purposes.
It's
They've
used
been
for,
there.
yes, for transient lodging. It's a campground. There's RVs in there, there's park models.
I've seen it from 95.
Yes, that's correct. You can see, it's directly
Okay.
adjacent. You can see it from 95. So the problem is, over the years, they have added permanent structures to the RVs.
Is there any restriction in their covenants that says you cannot have a permanent? You can only stay there 6 months or something like that?
It's in Florida statute, that's correct. Now, we can have them come up and talk. I'm not going to speak of their covenants. They can comment on that if they want.
This is Bulow Ridge all over again.
Yeah, Bulow is a little different because we had that agreement in 2004 we did get almost 100% compliance in there right now. So it's
Finally.
Yeah, the life safety in Bulow now is 100% better since we went in there and had them comply with the 2004
Give
agreement.
rebates? They given rebates?
No.
Makes,
No, they had, most of that was redone or torn out. No, we didn't. This is a unique situation for us to, I'm going to say, credit for building permits.
Say that again.
credit for?
For us to credit building permits from the general fund, it's like, I'm going to say again, it's something they asked us to ask you.
It's an incentive. It's to try and help
That's correct.
get the permitting started to at least grant a little bit of leniency, what little bit we can do.
Exactly. So most permits won't cost that much, most likely. Some of the places are park models that comply. I don't have an exact number of how many permits they're going to need.
Was it ever discussed that there would be a time?
It's a 2-year period with a 1-year extension. So we gave them enough time to come into compliance.
Simone Kenny, Growth Management. I just wanted to add that the building fee credits would only be during the first year of compliance. So they have 2 years to come into a compliance with an option of a 1-year extension before we start code enforcement. But the credits would only be for the first year, really to incentivize people to be able to come into compliance on their own within that first year.
Does have a time.
Well, that's,
And is,
If those funds.
there's a fine after that third year period? Is there fining after that?
It would be code enforcement, and then in front of the special magistrate. But after the initial 1 year for the building fee credits, if not all the funds are used, that'd be returned to the general fund.
There would most likely be a fund set up for that purpose. So
But in practical terms, it'd be the equivalent of entering into this type of an agreement with the equivalent of an impact fee credit. So you would be creating a credit that would last a year, correct? That's which you would have the purview to approve it within the agreement. So it wouldn't necessarily be passing that approval to you guys. If would be incorporating the agreement similar to a development agreement with impact fee credits. Right.
it would actually be a transfer from the general fund to the building permit fee fund.
Well, the staff report says not to exceed $23,400.
That's the multiplication we did with the 146 sites. And a lot of them aren't going to maybe don't need permits. They can just remove a structure or come into compliance that way. Not sure how many are going to need that permit. In typically they're not permitting single-family structures, so it could be less, could be more, but the 150 is the number they came up with.
Would everybody be okay if I go to public comment first on this?
Please.
That'd be great. I'd like to open up item 9, I apologize, I have my page over, D.
D.
Yes, I would like to open up item 9D, request to rezone on Holiday Travel Park to public comment. Any speakers wishing to speak, you can approach, state your name. You have up to 3 minutes just to address the board. Yes, sir.
Randy Casey, on a place in Holiday Travel Park, 7 Chipmunk Circle. The only question I have that we've been zoned, or not zoned, we've got real property stickers that the county requires. We pay our own individual taxes. So that makes us a residential. I mean, the county's done that for us, set it up. I've been there 30 years. And this does come up all the time. I've dealt with Adam before, and Sally Sherman. There's a bigger issue in just permitting. I mean, safety standards, yes, I understand. We need to comply with all safety standards. But why did the county let us make real property by the RP sticker, pay our own taxes, and say we used to have tags on trailers. They said you don't need the tags, buy the RP sticker. My question is, I think we're already residential. So I don't know how we're going to address this. I addressed the safety issues. We tried to do it with Adam and them for a long time. They went away for a long time. This comes up about every 10 years. So how y'all address that, that's what I'd like to know. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Real property sticker, but I've never heard of that.
My name is John Conti. I live in Holiday Travel Park on 1 Marco Polo Road. We've been there for over 30 years. I got a residential sticker years ago and used that to get tax exemption or homestead exemption. I'm 81 years old as of this week. I don't know where I can go if you're going to start tearing things down and moving stuff. We've just tried to get permits. We could never get a permit. Every time I went down, I was told, no permits for Holiday Travel Park. It's all I could do. My roof is leaking. I got to repair it. They wouldn't give me a permit. I wanted a piece of concrete. They wouldn't give me a permit. They just would not give me anything. And I'm just saying, some kind of senior citizen living, there's not many places anymore. Now it's $300,000, $500,000 to buy a house. It's way out of our price range. And my wife and I, where are we going to go at 80 years of age? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, anyone? No? Okay. All right, I'm going to close the item for public comment then and bring it back to the board. Mr. Mingle, or Chuck, whomever, can you address the homestead exemption?
I can address that. That's up to the tax collector to determine if the tax collector made such a determination. However, the tax collector doesn't have the authority to determine what is a proper use under matters of zoning or land use. So that's a different determination. That's just for tax purposes, but not for what will be a permitted use on the site. That's a matter that falls within growth management and ultimately the authority of you as the Board of County Commissioners, which is why we are here today rectifying this situation to bring this matter to create it as a PUD so that we can now properly identify and bring the uses into compliance. And this would open the door now for folks to actually be able to obtain the proper building permits necessary to make the improvements.
So if we approve this, the money aside, so like that last gentleman will be able to fix his roof and do all that?
Yes,
So
right.
we kind of clear a path
Now,
for that to happen?
we have a permitted use.
That's correct. He can do whatever to comply with Florida Building Code. A lot of these roofs are, I don't know if he has an RV or a park model, so he can then get a permit for a shed, for any structure on his site that complies with the spacing.
But he can fix his roof.
Yeah, we'd have to look, see what kind of roof he has, but typically, RV has a metal roof, don't know. Yes, he will be able to proceed on with building permits. Right now, it's a campground.
Right, but RV is not going to get a hip roof.
No,
You roll on.
they could have a
Roll.
standalone roof over the RV that supports itself. So that could be a possibility for an RV. They could build a separate structure, meeting Florida Building Code.
I'd like to see the engineering plans for that.
Well, I mean, we've seen it done with mobile homes before, but it is a possibility that they could have an RV, a space for an RV under it.
But if it's an RV, there would be no permit needed to fix an RV's roof.
No, that's not in the scope of Florida. No permit. But we'd have to look to see what he's doing, and now that we have an agreement in place that this would be a legal permitting for accessory structures and spacing, then we have something to go by.
But over the years, these denials, right, come to this county, get a permit, and you're denied. I mean, at some point, you realize you can't improve that property.
Yeah. We've had a lot of different administrations and building departments and over the past 50 years, 40 years, so there's been a lot of determinations that's been made.
Inconsistency.
Yeah, because we had the citation system, now we have the magistrate system, so code enforcement didn't have a hammer before. You gave them a traffic ticket, a citation, they paid, and that's all we could do. And a lot of times, this is a seasonal place, so they'd leave for the summertime, and then by the time they got back, they had a new president, new vice president. So we had to deal with a whole cast of characters every year, different ones.
Who came up with the idea of a PUD? Do you know how far back it goes?
That was in 2016. That was in the compliance agreement in 2016.
Yeah, we talked about it then, and it was seemed to be at the time to be a good method to fix it. It met the 5-acre minimum.
Yeah.
It kind of follows, and this one arguably has more mixed use than most of the single-family residential subdivision PUDs we have. So,
do you feel that the populace of folks that are in that co-op, do you think they understand that this is like a do-around and that this is going to allow us to help them? Do you think the populace understands that?
I hope they do. We've had meetings over the years, and it's had some resistance. We've been trying to find the best opportunity to convey this theory that we're with the government, we're here to help. And with this one, we've truly tried to do that. We realize we've been complicit in not issuing permits. And so it's kind of forced the hand a bit that, residents have tried to have permits issued, but then could not have them because there wasn't a real sense of what was conforming and what wasn't. And the PUD was viewed as the method to get us there, and it's maybe taken more convincing than it probably ordinarily could have. We probably had more than our cycle of owners that have come and gone, but it's I hope the residents are understanding that that's our intent with this, is that the ultimate outcome will be that each space owner, then each shareholder will be able to go in and improve their property with proper permits.
Is there a codes and restrictions manual that everybody there is aware of? Is there any kind of
within their own? Yeah, and within the park, do they have rules and regulations? Do they have restrictions? Do they have good communication? Do they have a board that's responsive?
Well, we have a board in the back there.
I think the board over the years has done the best they could to at least run interference for the county. They were aware. We did an initial run through with a review. I think it was in 2008. For violations, and then realizing that was at best a snapshot in time, but after 2008, other violations occurred. Some hopefully had dropped off. There was probably some attrition where some units were removed and replaced in that time. And so we had an initial assessment, and the best that we were aware, the board of directors at the time, was conveying that information to owners, purchasers, as they came in and they bought these spaces, so that they were aware of violations that were present when they were coming into the situation. So that, aside from that, I think they've got kind of their own covenants and restrictions generally of what you can do and can't do there, and that's enforced by the co-op itself, by the board.
And I just want to speak, this is giving us an option. We don't want to go in there with code enforcement. We
No.
don't want to write up 146 violations. This is the option that would solve that problem, to give them, number one, a way to comply, number two, the time to do it.
The total time is 2 years with an option extended 3?
Yeah, 2 years with an administrative option of 1 year, so 3 years total. And we're going to work with them if they have any questions on what they need to do. We can visit the site, we can meet with the co-op owners, whatever we need to do.
Chuck, one more thought. So if I live there and I want to put my roof on tomorrow, I will come in to, tell me how that process will work.
You could most likely repair a roof, that's allowed.
No, replace my roof.
Replace, it depends on what you have now. If you have, the issue is, a lot of those don't meet the Florida Building Code, but we would attempt to work with you. I don't believe we've issued any permits for a while, right, Adam? No. But once this agreement's in place, we can have a way to issue permits. So that's one of the things we want to do for even window replacement, air conditioner replacements. Right now, it's a campground. So we have no avenue.
It's a campground with an association.
With
a permanent resident.
With improvements that, yeah, that's what it's evolved into in the past, what I say, 53 years.
The
So
homesteading was approved by Mr. Say when he was property appraiser.
It was around early 2000s, Adam.
I think it dates back at least
So
that
we-
far. Could have been a little earlier.
This action won't change their homestead.
No.
No, we had no control of that. No, that was up to the property appraiser for the homesteading. But at this point, we just need a solution.
There has to be some kind of solution to how this can be evened out, where it's a comfortable opportunity for people to live. I really, it's a conglomeration of so many mixes and matches. How do you get everybody on the same page? That's the question I have. If I were living there, I'd be concerned of how I get on the same page.
Bulow.
What's that?
Like Bulow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as I said, Beulah had an agreement, and we had compliance issues, but they're mostly complied now. It wasn't, they were allowed to have certain things on their sites versus this was strictly a campground, and it's been like that through the decades.
So let me ask you, the 2 year, 3 year, is that arbitrary? Just
We negotiated that. As of, we had complaints in the past year, so we do have code cases on some units. We had complaints. So we stayed all those code cases. There's at least 8 of them right now. So if this agreement does not pass, we have no choice but to move forward with the complaints we received from other residents on code issues. And that would possibly turn the fines in liens. And that's what we don't want to do.
Thank you. Oh, man, we don't have public comment any longer, unfortunately. That's what we had public comment for.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's what we had public comment for. We will have at the end, after this, we'll have one last community outreach. So at the very end of our meeting, we'll allow public comment again.
I'm okay.
You're okay with it?
I'm okay.
All right, go ahead.
They've been here a long time.
Just, no, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Ma'am,
As
go
long as
ahead
the
and
board's
make your
okay
comment.
with it.
I thought you said afterwards.
Now, if you want to go ahead and state your name.
Okay, my
We'll
name
let
is Phyllis Haynes, live at Holiday Travel Park. We have lived in a park model for 27 years. Why all of a sudden is it not home? When we went to get our permit at the City Hall, they said no. We had to go to our office. So we go to the office. They said, go ahead. A park model does not drive away. We live in it. And we have lived there and been homesteaded and pay taxes for all these years. Why don't we live there? Why is it not permanent? How do we change it? Who told us what we should do? Not this place. Our park did the best they could with the people that were running it at the time. What do we people do? as owners and park model, there's plenty of park models in there too. They did do a, I forget what the hell it's called, excuse my French, but I am French. They did go through the park and they gave us a citation. Our citation was for having a front porch, a little front porch that had 2 chairs on it. The other citation that we got, electricity in our shed. That's it. Is that a bad thing? What do we do? Who tells us? Who makes these rules? We're a co-op. We're not a campground. There are campers in there in certain areas. And I realized there's few campers in the park itself. But as a rule, most of us have park models now. Who tells us and how do we change things? And after 30 years, we have to move out?
Okay.
No answers, huh? We're the same way. We have no answers either.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Chuck.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so a park model is an RV per Florida statute. So that, yes, ma'am. A park model is an RV per Florida statute, so that's allowed. You're not going to have to move out.
We can't even drive it away, though.
Well, you're not going to drive it away. A park model is an RV per Florida statute. That's allowed in there. As far as your addition for your porch, that would need permitted. It could go by the treated wood foundation design. That's not a hard permit. As far as electric in your shed, yeah, that's a life safety issue. That can be a permit, a small electrical permit. So once again, park models will not need removed. They are RVs, they can stay in there.
Okay.
Well, you can actually apply for the permit yourself. Well, after this agreement, that accessory deck or porch will be allowed. As of now, it's not, because I'm going to say you're a campground, RV park with park models in RVs. Or excuse me, park models and trailers, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Ms. Richardson had talked about, and that's going to be communications going forward once
Right.
this is,
Yeah.
if this is approved, because the residents need to know.
Yeah, and as long as we have a path, they can come in and get their permits. We can look at their plans. A treated wood deck is not necessarily have to be engineered as long as it's built correctly. They can just have a sketch. Electric service to a shed, it's probably all visible. So things like that would be the simple permits.
Okay.
And I know there are a lot of park models there. I don't know how many, but there's a good many.
Others.
Do you have any other questions or comments?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just something, it's just like, it reminds me of Beulah, except it's Homestead. So.
I mean, a lot of new people to our processes, and I just feel bad that some of them may not have been aware of the time to cut off public comment when it was, but, so thank you for at least letting the extra lady speak.
I think if we pass this, we give them a chance, like Beulah, to rectify everything. At least we give them a chance.
Well, they're going to get,
Yeah.
they're going to get 3 years.
All right, well, this is in my district. Is there any meeting place at the campground / RV spot that I could bring, Chuck, or anybody from staff to you, and we can have a town hall meeting and go over what we are about to do is going to help you. What we are about to do is not kicking you out of your house. What we are about to do is to help you come within life safety codes so that your co-op is fully functioning and able to meet the codes of the county and the state of Florida. We're not kicking you out. We have educational pieces, we have people that can come to you, we have code enforcement folks that can check it out before we permit it. We will work with you to get this done. The only way through this is for us to make you a PUD. You guys are not government people, and you know what? I'm not either, but I just happen to sit up here. We will come to you. Can we do that, Vice Chair or Chairman of the co-op? Can we go out there?
Had meetings down there before.
You've had meetings, okay. Okay, does it work, Adam?
Yeah, we've done presentations, we've taken open comments and questions, we've tried to work through all the issues. I don't know what exactly mean by work. We're getting the word out, I think, every time we go there. What is the need comes down to, everyone's question from my standpoint is a very direct one. How will this affect me and my individual space?
Okay.
And that unfortunately is going to be something that's going to vary based on each particular condition. And the way we've talked about it is that it'll be an engineer potentially would be needed, go through, review each site and determine what will be needed to achieve code compliance.
So we're going to do a survey. We're going to do a site survey of what is existing and what needs to be done by address.
It's going to be the co-op's
responsibility to do that.
The co-op will do it?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's part of the agreement is the selling of the co-op share as far as if the board wants the space to comply first, or if they want to give the new owner a notice that it needs to comply. That's another question we have for you.
That's your option B from the planning board that's being displayed, I think, on your monitors
You know
right
what the
now.
turnaround in there is every year? I mean, 10 units, 5 units?
We don't track.
50 units?
We don't track that. It is actually, it's on the property appraiser map. I don't know what the turnover is, and I'm
Okay.
trying.
We're going to get effects.
My name is Wayne Hackett. I'm the vice president of the
Hi, Wayne.
corporation. I would say that the turnover is, because I do the shares transfers, I would say probably between 20 and 25 a year, give or take. The whole point of this is, at least this is how I approached it, was we are not in compliance with state, federal, county laws, and being an officer of the corporation in the state of Florida, I could be liable for it. So that's why we continued all these discussions, all these meetings all winter with Simone and Chuck, and we've talked to Adam a lot, and some people are going to, out of the 156 shareholders, some people are going to have to spend some money to be in compliance. So the chair of the planning board last month said, well, that's not fair, because if they can't afford it, they should be able to sell their property, because we had to buy these leased pieces of property, which we're charged tax on, each leased property. We don't own them. The corporation owns all the land, the 40 acres. So it made perfect sense that if you got to spend $5,000 or $10,000 and you don't have it, you may have to sell your piece for less money, but you get out. But a document has to be signed by the new person buying it that they have to comply with county rules and regulations. And we just, I don't know how else. I mean, we've been in the, you can't get a permit for the place, so how else do you do it? And so that's why it's come down to this, and we've spent many, many meetings with technical review and these people. And anything else?
That's what option B is, to allow them to sell with the notification that they need to come into compliance.
And we just felt that the $150 credit, if they decide to use it within 12 months of the signing, if they decide to wait until the second year or go into the third year, if it's allowed, then you go buy your own permits. But for that first year, because you're going to have to get an electrical permit,
Had a statute that came through July 1st, permits that under 7,500
7,500.
that don't involve structure or mechanical, electrical, plumbing, don't need
Want to
permits.
say that loud enough so they can?
The Florida statute changed with a Senate bill, I believe it was 290. Permits under 70, or work under 7,500 that don't involve structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing do not need a permit.
Oh, there you go.
so probably that money, there's a good chance that money won't be used.
To resolve.
Well, a lot of things will fall under the new, starting July 1, where they won't need a permit if it's under 7,500, meets the criteria. That makes this a whole lot easier for me.
And Mike, what did you say? What did you say at the chair, Madam Chair?
It makes it a little
It makes it a little
easy
easier for me.
It does.
Yes, it
Much more.
does.
Yeah.
That could have been around during the Buell
Affordable.
years.
Are you all done with me?
Yes, sir, thank you so much. Stick around, we'll go get a beer.
By your direction, we can also waive zoning and engineering fees on the permit. If you so desire, that will make the permit fee go lower, even if it's after a year.
If we do what, Chuck?
So permits have building fees for review. They also have zoning fees
Oh.
and development engineering fees. It's up to the board whether we want to waive our county fees
Yes.
also, and then take the building fees out of the general fund. So there's different fees on permits.
Yes, so if you are the government and you're here to help for real, then you would consider waiving that. Between that and the new law, state law, a lot of this could get under compliance quickly, is the hope. That will take a special motion. And don't forget option A or B.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the rezoning. And option B, which is the Planning and Development Board's recommendation to adjust the PUD development agreement to allow sales or transfers of shares with notification to future buyers of the requirement to conform with this ordinance via signed acknowledgement form to be enforced by the Board of Holiday Travel Co-op, and to waive other county permit fees. Do you need to
Up to?
know which ones?
Call them out as zoning and development engineering fees, or review fees associated with, go ahead, Chuck.
I think we have a growth management fee on there too, so there's a multiple fees on there, I believe, Adam. Growth management, development engineering.
Non-building permit
Yes.
fees.
Non-building permit fees.
That's better.
Got that? Okay.
Right, so I have a
Second.
motion by Mr. Dance and a second by,
Do we have an up to? Is that not the recommendation that we had a up to?
Yeah, that's all still, I think
Not to
that's,
exceed?
I think that's in the PUD. I think that amounts in the PUD, if I remember correctly.
Okay. All right.
It was up to $150 per site for the building permit fees.
That would be, that money could run out if they don't move quickly.
No, the idea would,
That is allowing.
The 1 year.
it's $150 per space, so that, so every space would have the ability to take advantage of one of those.
Okay.
And they got to pay when the permit's issued, so we can set the cutoff on 1 year to get it issued. So in other words, they don't pay when they submit, they pay when the permit gets issued. So if they, just because they submit it, maybe doesn't mean that it's going to get waived unless it's issued within 1 year.
Mr. Rodriguez, do we need to reframe the
understand that.
motion? Because I'm not sure that,
I
I
think
checked
that
them
language
here.
is in the
Looked
actual
like they were-
agreement, then it's not something that you're going to be changing, then you don't have to reframe it.
Because they pay at issuance. So somebody could submit a permit and never,
already in here.
it doesn't get approved, and does that mean that they get credit? I don't know. Probably not. I think it's issuance when they pay, if they get an issue permit within 1 year.
Okay.
They don't have to pay for permits anyway. It's the other follow-on stuff. Okay.
You have a first name?
Is everybody clear on the motion?
I am.
It's good for now.
So I have a motion by Mr. Dance for approval, subject to option B and the waiver of the fee. I have a second by Mr. Hanson. We've already had public comment, or we're going for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Thank you.
Passes. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving to item 9E. This is quasi-judicial project 2026-01-0081. It is a request for approval of a 46-unit, single-family detached PUD site development plan for the Cove subdivision. I believe the owner applicant is KGJG Cove and Dan Wilcox. Mr. Dance, have you had any conversations?
No.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Mr. Hanson?
No.
Ms. Richardson?
No.
No, for me as well. Good evening, Chuck.
Thank you again, Chair, members of the board. We're going to try to get done with this one quick. So this project is located west of North Ocean Shore Boulevard, and I'm going to term it just south of the river to Sea Preserve. It was originally two different parcels, and it's combined to one. So I just want to talk about the PUD agreement was approved in 2022. This is the accompanying PUD site plan, which is required in our code.
Hold on a second. Folks, you need to go outside, folks. Okay. They just didn't know. They didn't know.
Okay, let's slide. Okay, so this review is based, of course, on the 2022 PUD and on the land developments code section for the PUD site plans. Now, I just want to make the board aware that there's a preliminary plat application under review right now, and we review for the specifics of the subdivision, including the specific drainage plan. Also, there's a review into St. John's River water management for the drainage and the wetlands. That review is also pending. So the drainage plans indicate, even on the PUD plan, there's a pipe storm water going in the front, in the rear of each lot, and it's going to drain eventually. The treated water will drain to the ICW.
You said, let's do that again. Because the last time they tried this, their drainage plan did not work.
Okay, so we're going to have the applicant come up and talk, but it's still under staff review. It's not approved.
It's not approved yet.
It's not approved by water management. Because the board doesn't see preliminary plats anymore, we are reviewing it in the TRC, and we have outstanding comments.
Okay.
It's going to be, I believe, on this week. We're still reviewing plans for it. And so, like, there has been a resubmittal into us. Water management has a comments out to them that are pending. And I just wanted to make that statement before we went any further. And as you can see, the project is mixed use, low intensity as far as land use. The zoning, of course, is the 2012 PUD zoning. Let's flip it again. It's in a floodplain. That green is the floodplain. The PUD agreement states that they have to get a FEMA letter of map amendment or revision after the subdivision is complete in order to take those lots out of the special flood hazard to ensure the residents are not burdened with flood insurance if they don't want it. And that's going to be based on the fill of the property. So you see the green area, in the first half, easterly half of the property. Soils indicate, some depression in the middle. There's a little piece of wetland that is being mitigated through the water management permit. And of course, there's wetlands at the end that you're going to see in the plans are being, have a conservation easement. And this is the general plan that follows the PUD. They did decrease the number of lots. They have the stormwater in the middle with a roundabout in the center and a roundabout, a cul-de-sac at the end. And you can see the lots on both sides. And there's actually drainage in the rear of those lots too that is being followed up on the design. And the utilities are going to be public utilities, as the PUD stated.
What kind of drainage are they putting in the back of the lots?
I believe there's pipes and inlets, and I'm going to let the applicant speak more specific on it. Mr. Wilcox is here.
All right.
That's some of the parts of the drainage plan. They're catching all the water. I think some of our comments had to do with the mixing of the treated and the untreated water. So Dan's working on that now, because the ponds are in the middle. So they have to kind of separate the treated from the untreated before they run it into the ICW. These are the requirements that were approved in the PUD, all pretty typical. The lots are going to be 50 by 110, 6,000 square feet. Setbacks are typical, lot coverage is typical, impervious is typical. And that was already approved. So to summarize, it's 19.2 acres. It allowed for 56 homes. Like I said, they reduced it down to 46. There's an upland buffer required next to the wetlands, the ones they didn't mitigate on the ICW. It is also placed in a conservation tract. Now, we did have a tree survey with the preliminary plat, I believe, with this one. So they did meet the 40%. They're preserving 44.9. They do have that 40-foot required landscape buffer along A1A as required in the scenic overlay. They're going to put a boardwalk to the river. This is all part of the PUD agreement. And of course, the access is a private road. And A1A had comments, but they supported this plan. They have comments on the preliminary plat, which we're going to deal with at TRC. So this plan was approved at the planning board last month. I believe it was unanimously. So here's the options. Approve it, deny it, or table it for a reason specific. So with that said, I'll put this in the record and stand for comments. We also have the applicant here that can explain the drainage and any other questions you have. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for the applicant, comments for staff?
I have questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Can I just ask, this has been through technical review, but it has not gone and will not be going to the zoning?
Okay, so we had 3 different applications. We had a PUD agreement, 2022 was approved. We have a preliminary plat that goes through just staff, and this is the PUD site plan that accompanies the agreement that has to do with the requirements in the agreement. It's kind of like maybe Simone can explain it.
The purpose of the PUD site development plan is really to visually lay out all the requirements of the development agreement. That is step 2 of the overall land entitlement process. So it's the PUD development agreement that's approved. Then they come in with their PUD site development plan showing how they're going to construct all those requirements. And then it goes through the preliminary plat process. So although we are reviewing the preliminary plat in TRC right now, we can't approve that unless this PUD site development plan is approved.
Thank you.
And then the last step would be a final plat.
Now.
Hello, good evening again. Thank you for taking the time to hear our project. I'm Dan Wilcox. I'm the engineer of record on this project. Okay. And we have been through several iterations with staff to come to a place where we're comfortable with what we can balance between the site development and the community needs. One of the problems that was addressed by Mr. Hansen was the history of drainage on this area. To the north of us is Maritime Estates. Maritime Estates has a few lots that are quite old. When I was a kid in high school, we surveyed those lots and built them. And they built them at the existing road elevation back in 1980, 1978. Those homes are very low. As they've built and brought in more fill and raised the area to meet increased needs for special flood hazard areas, these homes that were built 50 years ago are now in a depressed area. They're low. So as we went through and reviewed the site, one of the concerns we had was, how do we make sure we don't exacerbate or add to their problems? In order to do that, we've gone through and looked at it specifically so that we do not, in any way, shape, or form, allow our water to go to those sites. To do that, we've had to create a unique drainage system. It's a double pipe system that allows those homes to have access to a drainage system, of their own pipe and inlet drainage system that conveys their stormwater away from their homes so they don't have that experience of the burden of carrying on the water that's historically applied to their lots. It now conveys out the Intercoastal Waterway. The beauty of this area is the Intercoastal Waterway is a tidal area. It's an upland cut. So they've had to cut through there, so it's not a concern as far as flooding and all that. So they were able to discharge without a lot of headaches and overview and overburden on their part. We were able to capture their stormwater and convey it away from them. So we're creating a situation where they don't have to continue worrying about their historical flooding coming on, even from their neighbors. So we're being proactive in that aspect. In addition to that, we've created a system that I feel like is pretty unique. We've tried to design this so that as we see those annual rises in the Intercoastal Waterway, which we're expecting salt water to rise, we've designed a system that holds those waters at bay just by the gravity and the nature of the force of water, holding the Intercoastal at bay to the extent that it can. Of course, we get a 30-foot Matthew out there, all bets are off. But while we're able to address the typical events where you have a hurricane cause the Intercoastal Waterway to rise, we're not going to see salt water intrude backwards into the system like we've had in Sea Colony and other areas where they're now dealing with the annual headaches of saltwater intrusion, which has a long-term repair time. So we've taken that into consideration as well in the stormwater system. We feel like the stormwater system is more than adequate in what the needs of the community are. We've been very attentive to that because we've heard the needs. We've met with the people, we've talked to them, and we've heard their concerns. And I understand their concerns. We've been able to take that into play and into our designing and programming. There was one typo in the presentation, Chuck, and I'm sorry for this. Go back to the densities, the lot sizes. They stated the lot sizes were 110 by 50. Yeah, that's actually a 60-foot width on those homes. If you know, 60 times 100 comes out 6,000 square feet minimum. That's where that created. So we've decreased the density and increased the road frontage on these homes a little bit to allow for a better community. And based on today's standards, what people expect from their homes and their property, their ownership limits, this is going to meet the mindset as we go forward. They're not going to feel that little bitty lot tunnel effect that a lot of people have. It's really come quite a bit of ways from that original layout. And it did cost the density. They lost, I think, 10 or 12 lots in their density applications. But they felt that the community and themselves are better served by having a more presentable development from this point. As far as the ecology, we have gone out and we've done the wetlands surveys, we've done the reviews on it, and we found, when I met with the district, I personally went out and staked out the wetlands, and I don't do that very often. I won't do it. It was really hot, and I didn't like it. But I staked them out myself with the district in hand, and when we got done with that, we GPS'd it. It was 0.44 acres. And he said, that's really not looking at the quality and the length and the size of it. He says, de minimis, don't worry about it. We'll work that out in the development process. So as we're going through this process with St. John's, we're on our second submittal to them. They, of course, came back, and it's an iterative process with St. John's. You submit, they review, ask comments, you address it again and go back. As we've gone through that process with them, we're in the second rendition of that right now. Our first comments came in December of last year, whatever year that was. And our second set of comments are being addressed right now. So we're going through this process as we can. When we presented to the planning board, I, of course, recused myself from that review and stepped down, and the planning board heard it, and they were comfortable with what they heard and saw. That gave us the chance to understand what the needs of the community are better. And we've tried to keep that into consideration as we've gone through this process. Historically, utilities have gone to or been designed to go to maritime estates to the north. Our sewer is expected to be delivered to them up there in their system. City of Palm Coast has finally brought, or they're bringing sewer and water up there, and we've designed our system to go to maritime estates in the short term, but it's designed in a way so that as it pumps towards A1A, when the availability comes for the force main, we can just tap into that, and we take that off the table. So maritime estates, even though they've designed for it, expected it for generations, they're not going to have that burden on them for a long term. It's going to be short term because we already know the City of Palm Coast is producing or providing that force main, that water supplies to us. We're looking forward to that happening. And I think right now what you see before you is a well put together, in my mind, a well put together design with the idea that in the future there's going to be an amenity on the Intercoastal Waterway. When I went through and worked with Bing's Landing up there, we put in a floating kayak launch. That worked till the first or second big boat came through. We had a 3-foot fetch behind the boat and the dock was rocking. This one is more of a protected cove. It's ideal for what we're seeing there. So we're looking in that direction to provide an asset for the community to be able to access and utilize that waterfront out there through the observation deck and launching area. It's a protected cove, if you would. That's going to require some additional reviews by St. John's for impacts and wetlands and all that. We'll address all those as we go through. Those are going to happen as this thing evolves forward. Right now, we're at this point where, as a board, we need you to review what we're doing and say that you're comfortable with what's been done so far and let us move forward further so we can finish the project up. And I appreciate your time. If there's questions, I'd be more than willing to answer anything you can throw at me within this, not the Jetter part. I don't answer questions to that. That
Thank
was
you,
a tough
Mr.
one.
Volk.
I admire you guys for handling that one.
Any questions for the applicant?
So let's talk about that backyard drainage system. So it'll be a single pipe.
Yes.
And then each house is going to have a drain?
They have an inlet available to them. That's correct. They're common on the property corners, on the lot lines at this point. We have to go through and finish the legalese to make sure that they understand they have access to that, but it will be available to them. Some of the higher, drier lots are not going to need to utilize it because they're draining all of the front. The older historical homes will need that, and that's what the intent is, but it's sized. The pipe is sized to be able to handle everything that comes to it right now.
And the pipes will go to the little ponds. So for the drain water to get into the pipe, is that going to be a graded, covered?
It's an inlet. It's an inlet with a grate, and the landowners will have to either allow the water on their property to rise to be able to get into it, or grade their property to come to it. That's on them.
Well,
We can't really go on
let's
it.
talk about that. I think if you're going to build this correctly, then that drain has to be below grade, or the water's not going to go into it.
It is, and that's the tough part. These homes to the north are not very high. I mean, they're 6 feet above sea level.
Well, I'm talking about that drain's going to be on these your homes, right?
It will, yes.
That's
on our
where the
property.
drain's going to be. It's on your
we're-
property.
We're allowing
So
that
it's
to
going
happen
to
on our
be
property.
either at grade or below grade
It
so
will.
that the water will go in there.
It does, but we have to separate our water from it so that our water doesn't mingle with theirs. Their water comes in from their property. It's an isolated system to allow their parcels to drain directly into those inlets. We're providing that to them to get them to convey out. Rather than them continue to go forward not having a relief, we've provided a way for them along our property line to come in and go out.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. So you're going to allow drainage from the guys to the north?
That's correct.
Well, that's a good idea.
No, it's expensive, but these guys are doing it. That's the only way. That's the only way I could see.
Yeah,
to
well,
solve
that's
it.
why the last guy failed. He
I
could
couldn't see a
not
way
guarantee
other than
me that the water was going to stay on their property. And number one, he couldn't tell me how they're going to do maintenance of the swale. So they failed.
It was tough.
This sounds better.
It took a lot of head scratching and a lot of soul searching on the part of the owners to decide that this is worth it to them, but I didn't see a way forward without it.
Yeah.
We have to provide some way to help these people that are historically in a bad situation to
All
find
right.
some relief.
Well, good on you.
Thank you.
My only comments, early on was that the complications of the new law that removes our review of the preliminary plat. So this is the last time And when this was approved, that wasn't in place. So when the PUD was approved, we were going to get site plan approval plus PUD, plus preliminary plat approval, which would have given us more information on the details of the drainage.
That's one of the reasons we've gone so far at this point to provide that to you.
Yeah.
I want you guys to see everything so that you're not surprised or someone's not hurt by us without you reviewing it.
How will you handle maintenance later down the road?
On the pipes and
Yeah.
inlets, it should be quite easily maintained just by gravity. We're expecting it to free flow out and clean itself. It should be self-cleaning. That's the intent of it. As far as the inlet covers, that'll have to be maintained by people cleaning up the inlets. Whoever.
But it's like these are behind the lots, right?
They are. They're actually on our property, and we will have to put a clause in. We will put a clause in there to create it. It's in our drainage maintenance plan.
Okay.
And we have to do that.
Okay.
It's a big hurdle.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Sir,
time
I
so
move.
much.
Well, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I move that we approve 9E, request for the 46-unit single-family detached PUD.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a second. I'm going to go out to public comment right now,
Step out of the way.
if we have any public left. Opening up this time for comment on item 9E, the approval of 46-unit single-family detached PUD called the Cove subdivision. Hello, sir. State your name.
Jim Davis. I represent the developer. When we took this, it was 53 lots, I think. These lots now are 60 by 120 to 129, so we average over 7,500 square foot per lot. And we did that strictly to make this drainage plan work, because it did not work before. You were aware of that. And this has been a long process, but this now, I think it'll make the people north of us happy. I think it will help them, especially that one guy that's really low. But it's a much better thing with 7,500 square foot lots. That's unheard of on the beach side now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment. I have a motion to approve. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Motion approved, 5-0. Thank you.
All right, item 9E passes. We're on to our last item of the evening, 9F. This is legislative. It's a special assessment ordinance. This is the first and final reading for the master special assessment ordinance.
I think I've got this one, Madam Chair. The special assessment ordinance does a couple of things. It does clean up a section in our existing code that's dedicated to road MSBU's. It does set up the two criteria, the special benefit that's got to be derived from any special assessment, and then it also that the assessment must be fairly and reasonably apportioned among the properties that are deriving that special benefit. And so this mainly sets the stage for future MSBUs, future MSTUs for us, and is not uncommon to what other jurisdictions have done. I can recall that Nassau County did something similar a few years back. This isn't necessarily modeled off of that, but this is that master ordinance that then allows us to then follow with separate resolutions that would set up TUs and BUs in the future. With that, I'll close, await any questions or comments.
All right. I'm ready for it. I know it. Go ahead.
Oh, you lost your partner over there. I don't have any questions right
Start
now.
down on this end.
I'm so lonely.
Are you good? Do you have any questions, comments?
No.
Concerns?
No.
Ms. Carney?
Yeah, line 151, again, these are definitions. I understand that they possibly could be vague. Just didn't know if this is defendable or not. Property value, that's on line 150.
property value or other physical characteristics or reasonably expected use of the property that has a logical relationship. Logical. Defendable? Mr. Rodriguez?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm getting through the definitions. I got to section 31.5, line 363. Is this going to be something that's, we're basically explaining our way out of a situation where we have missed something, or, I don't know, it's not good, it's not understandable to me.
Are you thinking
If something-
specific at 363, that section?
Yeah, section 31.5, revisions to assessments. We went through the whole process of doing an assessment, and now we're going to revise it, right? A new assessment against any property benefiting from the service costs, capital cost or project costs following as nearly as may be practical the provisions of this ordinance and the, I mean, like, what does it mean?
The way I read that kicks in only if, one, a court has found it to be improper and annulled, or B, we have, or the board has found it to be so irregular, defective that it cannot be enforced. Then you can go back and it's almost like a severability / re-amendment to the assessment.
This gives you ability to cure, right? I mean, where ordinarily severability doesn't say that. Severability just says if that part which is illegal is severed and the remaining stays in effect. This gives you the ability specifically to cure any deficiencies.
Okay, and then the annual, line 443, the annual rate resolution is what we were trying to do, correct, today with the beach?
We would have had an initial assessment resolution, so I'd say it's a little different, but.
All right, so it's the initial one.
Right,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
But then we would annually review that, correct?
Correct. In the case of the maintenance MSBU, yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And is there a system in place to do that? Who knows when to do that? Is it just at budget time? We talked about it today initially, that at budget time is when we review all these MSBUs?
The short answer, yes, ma'am. It'd be part of you'd be reviewing the project for alignment with an increase in cost for maintenance specific to the one you reviewed today.
It refers to a service fee. So what is the service fee that, I mean, we're going to charge them and then charge them a fee to charge them. Is that what it says?
Where that, is there a specific spot?
It was Article 2, Service Assessments. We're authorized to impose an annual service assessment to fund any or all portion of the service cost. Does that mean we're going to charge them our labor to collect this money?
Short answer, and subject to Mr. Rodriguez's review on this, is that I'm familiar where you can charge the assessment costs against the MSBU or the TU is what I'm remembering, but I'm looking at this section. I hadn't looked at it before.
Service cost is specifically defined, though. So it's
cost to put it on the roll.
It's a fee.
It's a fund. It's service cost means the amount necessary in any fiscal year to fund the provision of a defined service, facility, or program which provides a special benefit to the assessed property and can include but not be limited to cost of physical construction, reconstruction, or completion of any required improvement, costs incurred in any required acquisition or purchase, cost of all labor, materials, machinery, and equipment, cost of fuel, parts, supplies, maintenance, repairs, and utilities, and it goes on and on listing what are the other costs that fall under service costs. So it's not necessarily just simply alone a service fee.
That is not the way I read it. If you read section 3115, A, B, and C, it looks to me like there's, and I suppose it's not saying we have to do that. Because it's we're authorized to impose an annual service assessment. I wouldn't.
Right, so service assessment
why we would do that.
So
Only
service
to
assessment
fund.
is capitalized as a defined term, and then I have to go up to the definitions. And a service assessment means a special assessment imposed by the county pursuant to this ordinance to fund the service cost of services that provide a special benefit to property as a consequence of a logical relationship to the value, use, or characteristics of property identified in an initial assessment. And then the defined term service cost is what I read previously. So it's not tied to a service fee. It's not it's not an added service fee. It's not an assessment plus service fee. It's
everything.
If we're providing a service,
Right.
then there's a service assessment, and that's the service cost of providing a service to the assessed property.
Okay.
Which we don't have to charge.
Well, unless it's the cost of providing the service. The service could be, in simplest terms, it could be mowing the lawn on a property. If that's what it's called, if it's mowing, it's grading, it's, I'm looking at all the other things that could be deemed service costs. Those are things they're defined terms that are there that are what are going to be assessed against the property.
Okay.
I wasn't finished, Chair. How does the trim notice work for this? I noticed on 538, directing the county administrator to prepare the initial assessment roll as required, publish the notice, and mail the notice. Can that all be done in trim?
It can be mailed out at the same time as the trim if you're able to meet that requirement. Otherwise, you're doing a separate mail out to meet the requirement.
That would be under notice by mail. Okay. All right. I guess that's as far as I got. I couldn't read anymore. When we're ready, right? This is the only reading for this ordinance?
It is, and I can commit if there's some provision. This, again, I can't quote directly that this is tracks with what Nassau County had done. I've seen others. This is similar to others. It is fairly straightforward. I would call it somewhat boilerplate. But again, if you see something, if we get into practice, we have something that we need to change, we can amend it.
I would have just liked to had a timeline, so it's just setting something up. So I guess we won't know until we have our first one, or I know you already have MSBU's out there, but okay. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion and we'll go to public comment.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance for master capital project and service assessment.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney, second by Mr. Hanson. I'd like to open it up for public comment. Mr. Royer? Too late for Mr. Royer. Anyone else?
Good comment, Mr. Royer. Good comment.
You're hanging in there.
He's great.
Sure, I won't make me say your name. All right, seeing none approach, I close out public comment. Roll call.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. County Administrator, report, please.
Got a couple of quick comments. The first one, we did receive an email for an update from Miss Rosa Randolph doing business as the Sender Retreat Foundation about the adult daycare. She had made her presentation. She was wondering what follow-up was needed. We have been in communication with them, we thought, in enough detail to tell them that next steps were the comprehensive agreement that's called for a public-private partnership. She, from what I understand, with the email that followed up, she didn't want to go through that expense if there was some different direction from the board. So she wanted to get a sense of if the board wanted her to proceed then with the comprehensive agreement as providing then that effectively sole source public-private partnership, or if we wanted to put this out for RFP, RFQ. We did have that alternate submittal from Latasha Rowell, doing business as therapeutic assisted living, that I provided to each of you. So you do have effectively a competing application, very similar in nature, that was submitted. Again, we hadn't put this out for RFP, RFQ before. We may actually get more if we needed to. And the key part here is that this is scheduled to close September 30th, 2026. So there is some requirements that are out there. We talked about this with Mr. Hegedus, that if we intended to not renew our license, we would need to have somewhere around 90 days notice to the agencies that we're intending to cease our operations. Let me fix what I just said. We have renewed our license. Our licensing is all in effect. And as we heard from Ms. Rosa Randolph, what we were talking about there is that there would be some transfer or assumption of our license, and whether or not we really want to do that, I don't know if that's something we hadn't really explored too much more. But bottom line of where we need to head with this is, what do we want to do? If we want her to prepare the comprehensive agreement consistent with Florida statute, we can advise her of that. If we want to head in a different direction, we can do that as well. If we want to extend the operations for a time period set, we can do that also. And if you want to take that up at a separate meeting, we can bring this back.
Well, I kind of think that we ought to do an RFP. I think we need to do that, since we at least have two people interested. So we need, to put our board together and pick the winner, if you will. But so I think we ought to do the RFP, and if we need to extend the length of operation for a month or two, I think that's doable. But let's see what they say. Let's see what we get, I think.
Go ahead. No, I saw the new presentation that came in from an unsolicited person.
AI.
Now it just starts to get muddy. Thought we were going to look at it as a P3 because we didn't want to we shouldn't have to be expending money on an agreement if someone was to truly want to take over it. So, and so I don't know where we are with that because that was supposed to be one of the takeaways. I don't know if she's expecting that. I don't know if that should be the feedback, that we don't intend to give her actual operating expenses if we were to move forward.
Both submittals were similar. I think you saw that in expecting operating expenses, or at least some offset.
That's difficult to really
Well, if they were taking over a thriving, viable operation, they probably wouldn't be asking for it. But because we've let it go this far, when I started meeting with these folks, it was in March. I mean, this thing has dragged on a long time. And, making the front entrance, doing the parking lot, things that we would have to do to our own, it's our property, and it's always going to be our property. It's just who's going to run it, right?
I understand, but then they wanted additional expense, and I think that's where we all kind of differed on opinion.
Right.
And I just can't see laying out more expense
No. Is there furnishing still in there?
without.
It was fully operational.
Yes,
It's fully operational at this point,
yes,
just in the condition it's in.
yes.
I concur with Mr. Hanson.
RFP?
That's the only way I see us being
Well, now
able
that
to
you have
compare
two
apples to
already
apples.
that showed up, I don't know. We don't have I think one of the whole points of the P3 discussion was because I don't think anybody wanted to lay out anything past the capital improvement because, to take it over. And there seems to be other interest, but again, they want money to operate. And maybe if there's interest, an RFP would help, but if they're not going to be able to write this P3 without her getting that funding, I don't think there was a consensus to fund her or anyone, the actual operation for a while. That's the part that I think we split up and differ on. So they're needing direction moving forward. So there are two here that want an RFP. This lady would like to take our license, correct?
Correct, yeah.
We don't know what that implies. Does that put liability upon us? Is that?
That is my concern, that if there's an assumption of our license to either Ms. Rosa Randolph or to Ms. Rowell, that may not be something we'd want to bear. But a public-private partnership, I'd also say on its face, that doesn't seem to be inconsistent with that because effectively we're in a longer-term relationship there. And so I generally, I've got a lot of hesitation on a P3 because we're not sending it over to a tenant. We're in a marriage effectively with this.
So let me ask you this. Are we all in agreement to do the capital improvements because it is our property and they need to be done as far as the parking lot and stuff, regardless of who operates it?
What's the cost?
The commitment is there for that. Would we be opposed to, or Ms. Carney, would you be opposed to letting it go to RFP and sending her and this person to the RFP process?
Either way.
How quickly can our?
So the RFP just opens it up to more people, is that what, yeah. So, and the reason for the P3 was because I spoke with Sarah. I got our legal team involved. Sarah did a lot of work on this, a lot of work. Sarah has actually met with this Rosa and Mr. Griswold several times. They knew exactly what they needed to get this done before tonight's meeting. I mean, in my opinion, they knew what they needed. We don't know where the communication broke down. I'm really concerned about, are we doing this to save the adult daycare? Are we doing this for the right reasons? If we get somebody in there and they can't keep it going, what happens? Right. The agreement is null and void. They breach, right? They'll breach whatever agreement we have with them. So it's a shot. It's a shot.
And I'd counter, I think I'm comfortable with everything you said, except I don't think there's a real understanding on the part of Ms. Rosa Randolph or Mr. Griswold on what the comprehensive agreement looks like, or at least they're unwilling to take that step to prepare the comprehensive agreement unless they have an assurance that the board is going to approve that. And so I think there's.
Well, how do we know it until we see it? I mean, how do we know?
And there's an expense that's involved because the steps that I think we've seen previously, I think you had a chance to review those. There's an expense to preparing the comprehensive agreement, so that I can understand their hesitation. I'm not saying
So with an RFP, we
cause.
give them what we want, and they give us
Right.
a response back.
That's right. And any qualified respondent would then submit a proposal to us.
Yeah.
And would meet the requirements of our RFP.
I just don't know
RFQ.
how we're going to get this done before September 30th. Right? You're going to need 30 days to advertise it, put the RFP together, advertise it, get back responses, go through the vetting,
We could extend out adult daycare for a month, October.
You've already got those notices out. I mean,
No,
it's.
I know. But
This was
you've
an
got-
attempt to save it. This was an attempt to save it. But
Do you think, yeah, I do differ with the
I think-
capital.
I think you may be reading my intent. I don't intend to save it. I intend to close it. September 30th, lock the door. And so in effect, there would just be no provision of an adult daycare.
well, my problem is what you're planning to do with it. So
I
just-
again, well, if you have a problem, I intended, and I have had initial conversations with ITT to release the covenant so that we can sell the property. And so when we're talking about, we're going to have the property, I'll follow the board's direction, but an asset that's no longer needed, we sell those. We don't need to hang on to it. We can put
You sell
coolers.
the house and the barn? You sell both buildings?
The coolers that are there could be relocated. We can do something else in a different spot.
Well, you've got staff over at the Nexus Center telling you something different.
We could end up having a senior center, and so that's a choice also. The board could consider that same location, different location. We could do that. But I intended to follow the board's direction of closing the adult daycare September 30th.
I just think we're under a time crunch at this point. Has anyone had any feedback has anyone called anybody? Have you gotten any emails, voice, anything?
Nothing. I almost feel, here's my problem. I don't think I can see giving anything beyond capital improvement.
Nothing.
And I don't know that they've had enough time to vet the sharing of the license. A little interesting to me. So those two things I need more information on. I don't see paying them to run the operation if they're already successful and we have
Well,
clients.
it's startup.
I
It's
know.
startup. You can't
The
walk into
amount
a
was
new
much.
community.
The amount was a bit much, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
What was it, 200,000, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is-
200 somewhere. So, if we put it out to RFP, they could say, okay, well, whoever comes in has to have their own licensing or whatever, and it's not my forte here, so I'm just not comfortable. I'm sure we could find somebody to operate it. I think we could find someone to operate it. There's another interest here, but I want to make sure that everybody's not coming in to take our money and leave. The 200
Oh,
grand.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, thanks for the operating money.
All right, so
I
why
didn't
don't
try
we-
anything, I'm out.
How long could we turn around an RFP?
Can do it.
We can go and we can go for the lowest or the shortest amount of time to keep it open. I don't know if it's 30 days, we'll find out. And we could do that as quick as tomorrow. We can at least see what responses we get. We're not bound then to any path with the RFP. We put it out there, we get something, maybe we get no responses at all, but we will certainly notify these two folks here, these two entities, if board chooses to do that we're putting this out for that. We'll give them a chance, as much of an opportunity to respond to whatever requirements we have.
All right. I'm a little worried. Everybody's coming all of a sudden wants the $200,000 and
no.
just come in and take it,
Well,
not
it's because
operate
we
it
had an open,
properly.
we had an
Yeah, I
open
know.
meeting. She was able to
But-
see that. It's-
Yeah. No, you're right. But now, the sharing of the license, I don't know the logistics of
I
that.
don't like the
or-
responsibility.
I think with at least with the
Liabilities,
RFP, we don't have to
responsibilities.
put out.
Well,
outlay out.
Rosa, you don't share the license. It was an assignment of the license. So she would go to the state and be named instead of.
We don't know if is it joint, we don't know, you don't know.
I don't know at this point, and
Why don't we ask that by the next meeting, you try to develop, I'll get consensus for this, because this is, so that we're not completely throwing it all out.
And something that Rosa could get behind as well, now that we have another proposal. Can we see about putting together it as an RFP instead? Is there a consensus to that so that we
No.
can at least try?
No,
Well, the RFP, you don't have to give out the capital.
I'm just not,
Yeah.
I initially said I don't think we need to continue this. And now we're talking about bringing somebody on to continue this.
Well, the direction is, if you want an RFP, the bottom line is, and we were just discussing this, what is it that you want?
Right.
If we're in this situation now because we just cannot afford to operate this use.
Correct.
If we are ending up paying someone to operate this use, we're in the same situation we were in,
Backwards,
then we
we're
need to
going
get
backwards.
out. Now, if you want us to set up an RFP where what I was just brainstorming is, it's almost like we have the real estate and we have the capital, the infrastructure. We just want someone to operate the program, which means we're giving you a ready set, basically a ready book of clients to take over. You come in and operate our program, and then we can negotiate how much of the money and proceeds you keep, a percentage that comes to us for operating our facility. Then we can structure an RFP that way. It's almost like a stadium deal.
And by the way, I'm not trying to be rude here, but this is exactly what should have been proposed to the board to make a decision on by the director a long time ago as far as options.
Right, because
And
a
this would- so you
P3
don't have
still
to be up here
means
digging through the
we have
P3s
skin in
and
the game, and I thought the ultimate goal was we need to get out of the game.
Yes, that's what the goal was. That's what it
Well,
was.
that money, in all fairness, was just to assure her that there's been, I mean, we don't have the amount of clients we had. We all know that. I mean, we're nearing the end. That was a one-year commitment. She wasn't asking for $200,000 every year to run it. It was just that 1 year to get her up and running until she could to get to the client base that she needed to break even, right? She's going to have to bring on staff. She's going to have to bring. That was the idea behind the $200,000. She was not throwing that out there to rip us off and run away. It was, and any agreement would have had it in there that it was good on a monthly basis, whatever we had worked out for terms, as far as, we wouldn't have just handed her $200,000. It would have been contingent on something, a report or whatever, a copy of her expenses, something. But that was the goal there. It was not, it's just, to her, it's a startup. It was a startup, right? She's a business owner. She's got to start a new business.
she doesn't really want to go through the comprehensive piece of it without a
Correct.
guarantee. And that's hard because we can't give her a guarantee without seeing it.
Right.
Yeah. And so I just don't, almost at an impasse on this.
Makes no sense.
I really don't want to be sitting
makes
here a
no
year from now
sense.
going, yeah, when we spent
We have a
$200,000.
facility right now
and
we could use, but we're
didn't
not going to.
I took a risk.
Yeah, really, me too. Every day.
The point, it comes back to the point, which is we chose not to operate it because the expenses were getting too much for the benefit that we were getting out of it. The public wasn't getting enough benefit. But I don't know. Anyone want to give feedback? I know you want RFP if it does anything. If it doesn't, if it closes, is there consensus to get out of the IT&T, to attempt to get out of the IT&T restriction?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I don't know of any other options.
I don't know that it's going, I mean,
We're
Ms.
nowhere
Carney
fast.
brought this to us. There was a consensus to agree to work with it, but there is some hesitation to go forward with the P3 unless she's guaranteed the deal occurs, right? Yeah. And I don't know that she would get that from us tonight. So, I wish Cheryl was here to maybe talk us through.
Who?
Sarah.
Yeah.
Um,
That's where the majority of the conversations were.
How
And
about
now that
bring
we have
this back
another
to you on
one,
August the
how do you enter into a relationship with one and not the other? Because
That's what I'm saying. Now that
Yeah.
you got a second deal out there,
Yeah.
it's so complex. I'm like, then I can hear, and I have had one or two people suggest the RFP because they're interested, but they have not applied. And it's very off
8:46.
cuff, so I don't know. Ms. Kearney, I don't know, ma'am.
8:46.
I think you did a lot of work on that, and Sarah did a lot of work on it, but it seems to not be going well.
And again, one meeting this month, a lot of stuff got
That's true.
siphoned into July 13th. And this was one of them. I really thought we were going to have something here tonight. That's why I
Would it
asked
be
you about
possible to allow us all to meet individually with Sarah if, on this topic, if interested, and to have this discussion August 3rd?
Yeah, no, you can,
That'd
you
be
can meet
great.
with her.
Thank
That's
you.
no problem.
I would like to do that.
I'll get a summary from her tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, if you could ask her to provide maybe just a memo to the board about if this were to go through as a P3 and continue on, what would we think the terms would look like? You know, or what, particularly I'm not understanding of the license piece as well.
All right. I mean, if anything, I just want to know what your bottom line is, because again, a P3 still means we're in essence still partially operating
Right.
the program.
No, that's not a.
And if I thought we were at a point where we cannot operate the program,
Right.
then we want to enter into business with someone who's
Falls
going
back
to
to us.
operate the program for us. Thereby, it's almost like we're outsourcing this service, and then what we have to offer is the infrastructure for you to operate our service, and then we can then negotiate what cut and what proceeds they keep, what we get for our providing the infrastructure for them.
No, that wasn't the way Sarah presented it. Sarah presented it as a monthly lease.
Oh, no, that's
It
never.
was going to be named by her, Rosa, and we did the maintenance. We had the maintenance.
Crazy.
It was the name, the license, everything was going to Rosa.
Right, it would be a lease, and then they would be our tenant, and they'd be
Correct.
operating their own. So the
That is
question
correct.
is it a adult daycare that's a private adult daycare that is a tenant to one of our buildings?
Correct.
That's one. There's another way of approaching it is it's the county's private daycare that's being operated by, I'm giving you the
Yep.
options that
I
these are things that
understand.
could be raised in an
Yep.
RFP, where is it that perhaps we can get the most
Right.
financial gain from it, either it being a straight landlord-tenant relationship, or is it a operating agreement relationship? That's what you would want to hash out to see what could work best, and then you would define those terms in an RFP.
I'm almost to the point where we open it up to any senior services that qualify and meet the intent of the original dedication of the building. I'm open to see what the community has to offer as far as utilizing the facility to help our senior community. I don't care what it is.
The original, if we look back at 42 U.S. Code, Chapter 35, is pretty broad in its scope. And I was just looking at it here, and it's basically a whole package of senior services that when you look at it, you're going, yeah, that makes sense. That's and so the building, the property could be utilized for any one of those listed services, and so that may be easy enough just to open it up for that, rather than to pigeonhole it into only operating an adult daycare center there. I'm comfortable with that approach if that's a consensus.
And then that takes off the table having to continue operating past September and the licensing issue. Right.
Right.
I'm So, I mean, when I left here, I thought about it, and I really have an issue with laying out additional funds.
I believe that that building was built on the opportunity when there was no place for people to go when they got to that situation. We have built like seven or eight buildings have been built for that type of care all throughout the city of Palm Coast. I don't know that there's a need for it.
Not daycare, Pam.
Yeah,
Some have
there's not
daycare. Some have daycare. Some do. Some have care. I put it that way. I just don't know that we should be in that business of part-time care. I don't know what part-time care we can benefit from them, for them.
If we move it to RFP for any senior services with not an expectation to profit from it, but to have senior services being operated out of it, then we probably are going to find a good solution somewhere there, and she could apply and be part of that solution. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that might be at this point, since we have another person applying, that might be the best thing. We have a building, it's dedicated to senior services. We'd like to have an adult daycare, but we're open to seeing what could best serve the most people in a community. It is such a small building. And she is hesitant to do something, and we can't make promises when we don't know what we're making promises to. So we're at an impasse, and we have some time, very little time up. I'd suggest maybe we do go down the RFP path and put her down on that. We're not intending to make a profit. No one here wants to profit off of whatever goes there. The whole point of it is it really just to be just like we do with our restaurant leases and everything else. We have this building, we love this service in this building. We're not here to profitize off, we just would like to see it best utilized as is some senior services.
I misspoke the word.
She may apply for it as well, and it might be an easier path for her. She recognizing that, hey, we're going to do our capital improvements to get it up to par, but we're not really going to give you money to operate a business. It might be the best fit for how many people the bikemen and everybody else seem to have the senior items that they want addressed in the community. I think it's probably the better fit. I can't commit to something that we don't know, and she doesn't seem to want to commit on her end because of expenses. Sarah's not here.
And I don't want to misspeak, and I'm speaking from my understanding, but then the other wrinkle that's here is you did have the second proposal submitted. And so that I think more than anything else, even if Ms. Rosa Randolph had some hesitation, the second submittal to me is problematic at best, because then you're no longer looking at a single potential P3 provider, you're looking at two. And so then you're having to pick winners or losers, or at least first come, first serve. You're having to make a decision point then on which one's the better one to pursue. And I think that complicates the matter and would, to my thinking, would push you closer toward an RFP.
Yeah. You did a great job going and trying to help and facilitate the Grand Haven people and everything. And, it's just, it doesn't check all the boxes. And it's something different as a P3. I think if we put it to RFP, FP, and encourage her to apply and explain to her the parameters of what that change is, then, that'll show us her intent's good, and it'll open it up for this person also to apply, and the bikemen if they feel they're a senior service, and anyone else with senior services. I think this is the safest at this point. It feels the safest. I mean, you did a lot of work on it, and
Oh, I'm fine. I was surprised. Like I say, I talked to Adam late on Friday or Thursday. I don't know which day it was. They're still wondering why they're not on the agenda. Right, Adam?
Yes, ma'am.
for these folks.
Yeah. So I don't, there's communication broke down somewhere. I don't know where it was, but.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree, but now here we are.
Yep.
So consensus to look at RFP for senior services, not attending to charge rent. Correct. Not intending to make a profit or charge rent. Correct.
Well, they got to pay the utilities.
Yes,
They're going to have
things
to
like
pay
that.
for operational.
Just our general,
It
yes.
could be a nominal
Yeah,
lease.
nominal-
I don't
nominal.
think the lease was $300 a month.
That seem better, RFP, senior services, what qualifies as a senior service. It gives you some time to work on it.
Yep, we could do that. We could come back with some RFP proposals if
Please
you
talk
want to see
to
those.
her about the
We'll talk.
RFP process.
We will.
Ensure that she's able to plan for that. Let her know that we do still intend to do capital improvements. Correct?
Mhm.
The parking lot has an issue, things of that nature. Okay. Do you have
What was your-
anything else?
He said he had two things.
I bet he
I had
does.
one more, the Wednesday, July 22nd, 5:30 joint meeting with the city of Flagler Beach. We contacted you about that. The topic of discussion that's been mentioned by Flagler Beach was they wanted to talk about beach renourishment. Are there any other topics for discussion?
Did you keep the lifeguards in our budget as you presented it today?
The budget today includes lifeguard funding and also, I think, also includes fireworks.
And what?
Includes fireworks. The other question, the cost share that we have, we had an arrangement for fireworks. Cost, no fireworks, sorry.
Our fireworks, they're not going back to them this upcoming year.
Flagler Beach does New Year's Eve.
Okay. He misspoke.
Lifeguards, yes.
Lifeguards.
Anything else on the
Skip
agenda?
fireworks.
Let me just, I was at the meeting. Commissioner Cooley said that we had some outstanding issues or items from our joint meeting where all the municipalities sit up here 2 by 2. Do you know which meeting I'm talking about, Adam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I didn't see notes. I don't know who takes the minutes. I don't know anything about that joint group. But evidently there were some items. He was not specific on what they were. So my goal was to get the joint meeting so we could all sit at this table and talk about the beach plan, where we are with Reach 2, where we are with funding, the putting together the maintenance agreement that's needed for Reach 1 and potentially for Reach 2. It's all within their jurisdiction. It's not within our jurisdiction, right?
Correct, and as of today, I can give you an update. There has been drafted 2 First Amendment to the interlocal agreements, one respective to Beverly Beach, one respective to Flagler Beach. And so that County Attorney's Office made it through that text. We're looking at that. I don't believe it's been shared with either the city or the town yet at this point, but there is a draft that's been prepared that updates both of those ILAs. So specific to maintenance, a discussion that you had before about updating ILAs, the ones that were done first, I think, in 2018, there's now been an update, draft update prepared. So we have those documents running through our processes.
They're still operating under interim fire chief. Is there any further discussion on fire consolidation?
None on our end, no, sir. I did talk with Mr. Martin about that, briefly. I'm not sure if there's been any other talk between the chief and the acting chief, our chief and their acting chief. I think they're just trying to right the ship right now in Flagler Beach. If you'd like to add that as a discussion item, we can certainly do that.
It's in their court. I mean, we can't do anything. So if the offer's there if they so choose to further discussion.
Been there, done that.
I am hearing the
Just keep it
board's
like it is, sir.
consensus.
Thank you,
We
sir.
have no further items to
Pay for
discuss
them.
at the
I
joint
pay for
meeting.
yours.
We will include an item that says other items for discussion. Thank you
They
for
wonder how you
your
get
attention.
tax reform, how they show up with that on the amendment. County attorney, I lost my agenda, so I'm going to wing it from here.
I
you.
will
Come
give
next.
one update, and that is on the current status of our public records request with the CFO and the Office of the Governor, in which I feel like a jilted teenager because I have still been ghosted. We have not received even the common courtesy of a reply to my recent email stating that we still have gone now 30 days and didn't even receive a reply. So what I will do is I'll leave it for you guys to consider whether at the next meeting I will come up and contemplate whether I will request authorization, if you wish, for me to file an action for violation of the public records request, or we're just going to let this go. I did speak with a colleague, one of my colleagues. I will not name the county, but they are similarly situated to us. And in their words was, if we move, they are right behind us, and they would love to see us actually make a move.
We got that request for information from them, right?
Well, we got their request. It wasn't a public records request. That's their whatever the Doge notice to provide information.
If we submit that to them, they're just going to turn around and send it back to us and say, "Here's your answer."
Right, which is pretty disingenuous on their part. So that's the status. So the action we've taken have gone completely ignored.
But again,
so that's where
two
we're at.
different things. We keep confusing Doge with
and
FAFO, and they're two different things.
Yeah, they are.
And we did satisfy the Doge request round 2. We met that on time. And so kudos to the Office of Management and Budget staff that put that together. They did a great job. Did not have to work any overtime to put that together, but they came close.
Even legally speaking, though, I don't know if Doge and FAFO are two different things, because FAFO is technically does not come out of the office of the CFO. FAFO is under the office of the governor, not a CFO office. So that Florida, whatever it really means. That's why we submitted a public records request as well to the office of the governor.
So, unnamed person went to the REC annual quarterly and got Blaze's ear. I'm going to use the word Blaze. I'm not going to call him, but it's last name. I don't know how to say it. And he wanted to know why Kim hated him so much. So, yep, got special recognition. And then I talked to Paul Renner, and he said, I think you should go talk to him. I can get you an appointment with him. And I said, you do that. You get me an appointment with him, and I will go talk to him. But Paul Renner said that there's no reason he should be holding back any of that information. But it is what it is.
I have my own opinion over the quote-unquote information, but I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah. Well, it's there, according to Mr. Renner. It's there. It's just, I don't know how to get my hands on it.
I tried to get a meeting with him. He said, why
He turned her down.
should I give y'all a meeting if you're trying to get a public record request?
Right.
At least it was conveyed loosely like that to me. It's okay. Let's move on. Public comment.
Nobody here?
Seeing none, I close public comment. Bring it back to the board for commission reports. Mr. Dance. I'm left-handed, so it's just a natural.
I don't really have an official final summary of FACT conference, but some good information there. Walked away with an additional title, so.
Congratulations.
One more Zoom call, huh?
The
One more
chair
Zoom call?
of the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee.
There you go.
There you go.
So I figured that was appropriate. So our incoming president, Renee Flowers, and I went through leadership, and And so it was nice to be recognized that way and get to throw on my old cattleman's hat. And
Maybe you can stop the county road.
so, and I guess the other thing out of that is the window is open for policies again. So policy suggestions that we can take through FACT's legislative process if we want to revisit. A couple of them that didn't get had legs, but didn't get too far with the beach nourishment. So we'll if our different heads have anything that they want to solve legislatively, just let me know and we'll come up with something. And that's it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Ms. Carney.
At FAC, we also, Pam and I think,
I've been in
went to a
cybersecurity.
great presentation
That's
on
it, yes.
cybersecurity, and I'd like to get with, he's not here anymore. I'd like to get with Matt.
He's right
go,
there.
"Oh, there he is.
He's
Hey,
right
Matt."
there.
I'd like to get with Matt and at least pull up the handouts. I said the same thing to Adam. Some of this stuff is woo, but what they're telling us is there's no organization, no system that can keep up with the speed of cybersecurity and the hacking. And there were a couple of counties there that had been hacked and that were actually held captive. It's a very scary thought. I think we could throw as much money as we have at it, and we probably wouldn't guarantee anything. I actually raised my hand and said something about, well, doesn't your attorney, and they went, you have an attorney? We're like, I mean, some of these places, and the worst offender on the cyber is those that are using third party. So they don't have an IT department. They don't have the resources that we have. And that's the number one problem with cybersecurity right now are those counties that are basically left on their own. And thank you for a great 4th of July. I was in the ambulance. That was a lot of fun. People love the ambulance and the fire truck.
Oh, I thought they took you in the ambulance.
they happy?
I thought they took her in the ambulance.
It was air conditioned. It was really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a good time on the 4th. Thank you for all that. And that's it.
Okay, Mr. Hanson.
Nothing really, just said the 4th of July was a lot of fun and made me go home and really read that document.
Oh, nice.
Went home and actually read it again, just
Nice.
the whole thing through.
Nice.
It's really something you should do periodically, is read that.
Soon you'll be able to read it on the court
So-
steps.
Yeah. So anyway, no, good to go.
Miss Richardson.
I want to know who won the hot dog eating contest. Anybody know?
I don't know.
Really? Nobody knows?
Does Roy know? Mr.
Was not
Mr. Roy?
A citizen. Wow. At least it wasn't a bird. I think reading the Declaration of Independence was just, it's a beautiful thing to do. They started with a little 6-year-old that said the pledge, which I thought was awesome. I came up with a word this week called hometown. This is our hometown, and we have to remember it's our hometown, and we're all together on this. And I want to thank the staff in the back for their patience, because I could be a doctor right now and needing
I
patience.
just tried to send them home all night.
I'm
going,
telling you, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
But they don't seem to get the message.
The cybersecurity, I did speak with Matt about that, and oh yes, I shared some of my mental anguish about it. And I just appreciate what everybody's been doing here. Everybody's trying. I appreciate Adam's efforts to trying to step into big shoes, and he's doing a great job trying to survive, make us all survive. It's been a long night, so I'm going to say good night. Thank you for being here, staff, for staying and making us not feel like we're alone. It really means a lot to me. And I'm glad you're in my hometown, so thank you.
You can leave while I'm talking if you want. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Real quickly, historical ordinance. I have a lot of calls on that.
It's going to have two parts. So first, we're going to, that's another reason why we want to get the comp plan taken care of. It will have a comp plan will have a historic preservation element that will need to precede the historic preservation ordinance. So others may not want to do that. That's, I think, the best way to do it, and that's the model I'm aware of. And I'll give you foreshadowing, the model ordinance. The ordinance will track fairly closely the SHPO's, the State Historic Preservation Officers' requirements for us to become a certified local government, the CLG program. So there's some language out there. I don't know if it's actually in a model ordinance. I can't remember now, but that foreshadowing that's out there. But the ultimate goal here is for us to become a CLG when this is all done, and we'll do that. Be thinking now. One of the things that will be a touch point, a decision point for us, will be the formation of a historic preservation board. And so that's the key thing, that you'll have standards that will be adopted. I've been down this before in other communities. That then will have a set of issues along with it, but that will be something that will need to be forming then, is that board.
Okay. The Brick Road, there is a pictures and some video out by Preston's Up. It is in the worst condition it's ever been in. It's almost, the logging trucks with the rain combination have done significant damage. So we really need to start talking a little bit more about what are the contingency plans to get logging trucks off of there, or timelines, or getting more dirt, having some extra funding to put more dirt down on top of the road. Because it's bad. I've never seen it that bad. So there'll be nothing left to preserve at the rate it's going.
I can speak with Road and Bridge tomorrow about, that's been our strategy before, has been to add material so that we're able to preserve, basically we're burying the bricks that remain.
Yeah.
And so we'll talk about that tomorrow.
We were making it a linear park.
I've been waiting for 4 years just to get.
Huh?
That's an option. When I raised it as an option. That's a possibility of creating it as a linear park. We can also, that's among one of the options.
Right, but we've been asking to preserve it for 4 years, and there's an FDOT book on it, which Rose has the copy of, and I think Sean has a copy of it. We've got to really start to actually have a plan to move logging trucks either away from it or getting X amount of dirt brought in, and that might have to be a funding thing on itself, but
Well, that's going to be the first step.
yeah.
If we want to take the step of creating as a linear park, we're going to have to find the alternate routes for the logging trucks, because we may be taking away their sole route in and out of their properties. So in order to, because once we shut down that as a viable right-of-way, we'll have to find alternate routes for them.
Well, and so that can we have that as a takeaway to bring back on 8.3 and update, because there's some issues with the westward expansion and wording about that road that we need an update on, I think.
Right. Well, and one of the things I've been toying around with the possibilities of creating within our comp plan and the land development code a thoroughfare impact fee, in order to have basically be a county-wide impact fee that would pay for county roads. And one of the possibilities, and maybe even including the Old Brick Road, as a county thoroughfare, and therefore it would be a recipient of impact fee for its maintenance and for its improvements as well. So that's the possibility. That would mean keeping it though as a right of way or as a thoroughfare, but we would then try to play around with how much of a limited thoroughfare or limited right of way it would be. So those are options, especially in conjunction with the cities, because such a thoroughfare ordinance will require, we would include in it the requirement for interlocal agreements with the cities, because they would be collecting the impact fees similar to the schools in order to help fund our county roads. Those county thoroughfare roads, which really service and benefit the entire county, including the incorporated areas.
So we'll take that August 3rd, maybe have Sean, if he could provide an update on Brick Road, next steps, what they need from us. Two more quick items. Our 4-H
our Ag Extension Office has asked for a letter of support. The 4-H group is growing quite a bit. There is some opportunity through UF and the state for them to get, like, if they have certain studies and certain milestones they hit, they can get more funding overall. So they're asking for a letter of support from our board for them to also have a livestock show so that they can hit these measures that they need in addition to the one they do. That's correct. An additional livestock show, not to compete with the one that is there. It would be in March, I think, I don't know. But they're growing so much, and they can actually get, if she can do certain things and metrics, she has to have like weights and size of animals and stuff, they can actually tap into additional funding for their programs. But the way it's combined right now, they're not able to get a hold of some of that data. So they're just asking for a letter of support. So they're not breaking up the band, they're just trying to have additional. Do you have an apple cart? I don't think so. Future farmers would still go on, at the ag fair would still happen. They could still participate in the ag fair. That's correct, the ag agency. They just want to be able to use the facilities for their own livestock show as well. Does anybody have any problem with that? Mr. Dance? No, sir? So Adam, if you could provide that to, what's her name, Lauren? I'm sorry.
We'll do
Have
that.
one of those.
We'll do
And
that.
finally, Ed left early, but he asked, the Hammock Association is asking, has been brought up before, and he just grabbed me on the side. They're asking, I don't know that they have a time stamp on it, but they're asking for a meeting with administration or a workshop to walk through their issues.
We got nothing going on. It's, yeah, well.
I know, but
Calendars.
They have a
calendars.
commissioner.
I've addressed all their issues with them.
I think that they want, some sort of insight into how we treat them within the comp plan and LDC. Plus their parking issues, we've talked in the past, I know, about having discussions with the planning board about the overlay, but they're very insistent. They're looking for, some sort of workshop so they can get out their issues and grievances with us. And we've talked about it in the past, and I told them I would bring it up here again. It might be something to be done when they get a new commissioner. Maybe the new
I don't think it's
commissioner can
necessary.
hear
I mean,
all of their issues.
I basically have a town hall with them every month.
Yeah.
And we address all their issues. Adam and I talk about them. We get report back. They're treated pretty well. And they are, they submit a letter on all stuff that goes on over there. They tell us what they think. And our staff back there recognizes that and takes it.
Well, they did have a stand-up meeting. They did have a stand-up meeting. I think it was with the boat storage place, and they said they pretty much knew we were, what was going to happen. And they said, could we come back to you with some of our concerns? And we said yes. And then they filed a lawsuit. And they filed a lawsuit. And Mr. Rodriguez said, we should hold off on this get-together until this gets resolved.
Yeah.
Well, and the time.
It's resolved.
Right,
So
yeah,
that's what they're asking us for, is that moment in time when we said yes.
They haven't filed anything in that appeal. The deadline has passed. The order I think we had the date that the order would be final if nothing had been filed. And today I have not received anything. So that appeal appears to be dead.
So there was an agreement to offer them a meeting. And I honestly, we actually agreed last year, maybe the year before last at this point, to have a meeting with them and the planning board to talk about the overlay and the issues there. That
I almost
We're
certainly.
we're gonna have LDC meetings
LDC,
short. I
right?
mean, yeah, I mean, at
Well, I
this
think that
point,
maybe that's where it goes into, like, there is a part of the LDC meetings, there is a specific topic for the overlay.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
they can
I mean,
address
that's
it
where
in the
it's,
LDC.
that's where it's based. I mean,
LDC, is that the consensus? To make sure that they're addressed, they have a specific line item? Okay, okay. I'm just now looking for a motion to.
Move we
One-
adjourn.
wait,
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 wait, wait, wait.
Mr. Rodriguez, did we need to go over your attendance at Palm Coast Planning Board? Didn't you or Sarah wanted to attend and relay our concerns about the?
Oh, yes, and she wanted to, she forgot to mention it to me. She was going to attend their meeting in regards to the westward expansion.
Yes.
And then just
Thursday,
relay
I think, or
those-
someday
that-
this
Yeah,
week.
that information that we've already made public and have already expressed to them. So if, that would be the extent. If you're okay with that, we get the consensus, that just advise you that's what she intends to, or we intend to do.
I don't remember. Sounds.
I think it's 6 o'clock.
I don't know.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
yes.
we're good with that, yes.
Okay.
Move we adjourn.
Okay, we're adjourned.
I